Chapter 1479. Rumble. Under the dark night, the entire sky surged as if it was welcoming the most terrifying storm. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared back and forth between the dark clouds, and the storm was getting more and more intense. At this moment, the sky seemed to be constantly stirred by an invisible hand. The dark clouds rotated like a vortex, causing the air to become chaotic. This scene could be best described as a change in heaven and earth. Looking at the chaotic sky, both Noah and Athena felt an extremely unusual sense of oppression. It was the precursor of storm. "What's going on?" Noah said with some surprise. "Could it be that Lancelot and Guinevere are up to something again?" "No, it's not." Athena shook her head and murmured with a dignified expression. "It's that man. That man finally woke up." That man. Noah was startled at first, then his heart skipped a beat. "The last king?" Athena nodded her head in silence, but her expression was somewhat displeased. "Looks like that servant girl used some kind of method to find the place where that man was hibernating and woke him up. This concubine originally thought that they would come and disturb the duel between you and me. So, I specially made some arrangements. Who would have thought that the servant girl would wake up that taboo steel?" Like Noah, Athena also made some countermeasures to prevent Guinevere and Lancelot from disrupting the duel. No wonder she was called the goddess of wisdom. It was a pity that Guinevere and Lancelot only wanted to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits. They did not disturb the duel halfway. Otherwise, with Noah and Athena's arrangements, the two god ancestors and the hero would really be in trouble. However, it was a little too late to say this now. Guinevere and Lancelot did not come personally to disrupt the duel, but used some unorthodox methods to find the location of the last king. After understanding this, Noah opened his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to ask something, Athena suddenly raised her head and yelled, "You're going to kill me." "They're here." Almost as soon as Athena's voice trailed off, a bolt of lightning shot down from the disorderly clouds in the sky. It tore through the sky and bombarded the top of the half-destroyed temple. Bang! The lightning struck the ceiling of the temple, causing a loud boom and a burst of electric arcs. It even set off a strong wind that blew in all directions. Noah and Athena subconsciously raised their hands in front of their faces to block the violent wind. Then, they quickly raised their eyes and looked at the top of the temple. There, 3 people appeared. One was an armored hero riding on a handsome white horse. One of them was a strange man with bandages all over his body and a mask on his face. The other young man stood between the armored hero and the masked man. His windbreaker fluttered in the wind, and he held a platinum blade tightly in his hand. Both Noah and Athena's eyes trembled. Without any hesitation, they looked directly at the young man holding the platinum blade. Then, under the gaze of Noah and Athena, the young man's windbreaker fluttered in the wind, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation of cursed power surged from his body. The space trembled in an instant. The terrifying cursed power transformed into a substantial flame that burned on the young man's body. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed Lancelot and the masked eccentric man. Moreover, it was still rising at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the terrifying cursed power, Noah's pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed, No way." Noah couldn't help but be surprised. In this world, Noah could be considered to have encountered many powerful, disobedient gods. Among them, there was no lack of gods like Welslana, Mercado, Perseus, Sisu, the Monkey King, and Athena, who were the highest-ranking gods among the gods. Among these gods, if Noah had to pick the most powerful one, it would undoubtedly be Athena, who had been strengthened by the Dark Night and the Invisible Island. After being strengthened by the Dark Night and the Invisible Island, Athena's power had surpassed the rest of the highest-ranking disobedient gods in all aspects. Therefore, in the face of Athena's attack, Noah had to use the strongest X-level relic. Of course, in terms of power alone, Athena was not the strongest among the disobedient gods that Noah had encountered. After all, the great sage Heaven's equal had once used the blessing of the ancient covenant to gain a great increase in power when facing multiple god-slayers. He had suddenly surpassed all the disobedient gods and reached the top 4 digits of the box court. If it was the Monkey King who had used the power of the ancient covenant, then even Athena, who had been strengthened by the Dark Night and the Invisible Island, would be weaker. However, at this moment, the power of the boy with the platinum blade had easily surpassed all the above gods. If Athena's power, which had been strengthened by the Dark Night and the Invisible Island, was 10, and the Monkey King's power, which had been strengthened by the Ancient Covenant, was 30, then the boy's power had broken through 70, 80, and even 90, and finally broke through the 100 barrier. And that was not the limit. The young man's power was still rising. The Monkey King's power, which had been strengthened by the Ancient Covenant, was comparable to the 4-digit level of the top gods. Therefore, the boy who had surpassed the Monkey King by several times, or even dozens of times, had undoubtedly reached the 3-digit level. Impressively, he was no weaker than Aziz Dakaha. How can Noah not be surprised? The boy slowly raised the platinum blade in his hand under Noah's astonished gaze. Clang! In an instant, a brilliant platinum brilliance rose from the blade, illuminating the entire night. Then, pointing high into the sky, on the tip of the divine blade, which was blooming with brilliant light, a platinum ball of light slowly rotated in the distant sky, condensing and blooming with brilliant light. As the platinum ball of light grew bigger, the light from it grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it was as bright as the sun, making the whole night as bright as day. Seeing such a scene, Noah's heart was filled with a sense of alarm. Under such circumstances, the young man who was holding the dazzling platinum blade did not say a word. He just looked down at Noah condescendingly. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes, only intense fatigue and numbness. Then, in front of Noah, the young man swung the divine saber in his hand heavily. In the sky, the white gold sun suddenly trembled and fell straight down. It rubbed against the air and stirred up a wave of fiery red heat. With a speed that was not inferior to lightning, it fell from the sky and abruptly landed on the invisible island. Boom! An earth-shattering noise resounded through the sky. The platinum sun directly hit the island above the ocean, and it exploded, causing the Banshee Island that originally only existed in myths to be shrouded in the explosion in an instant. In the flash of the explosion, the ground of the invisible island was destroyed inch by inch. The trees were shattered one by one, and the rocks and debris were annihilated little by little. Everything seemed to have been melted by the scorching heat, disappearing without a trace. Boom! With the invisible island as the center, a circle of terrifying shock waves spread out in a ring shape, setting off a layer of tsunami-like waves. Together with the shock waves, it surged out in all directions. That scene was as if a small star had really hit the ocean, causing a terrifying commotion. No one knew how long that apocalyptic scene lasted, and no one would calculate how long it lasted. However, when the terrifying shockwave and explosive flashes gradually subsided, the famous island of the snake-haired demoness Medusa had long since disappeared. What was left was only a strait to the bottom of the sea, where one could vaguely see the surface of the sea. There, a deep pit was dug out, as if a meteorite had penetrated the earth and led to the earth's core. It was bottomless. Chapter 1480. Whoosh! In a loud sound of a waterfall falling vertically in the ocean, a large amount of seawater followed the natural law of flowing downwards and poured into the deep pit that seemed to lead straight to the core of the earth, forming a rather peculiar sea scene. The hero holding the blade of salvation, the knight riding on the white horse, and the strange man in the whirlwind were all suspended in mid-air, looking down at the strange sea scene below, without any fluctuations in their eyes. After all, the same scene had been seen many times in previous expeditions, so it was not surprising at all. As expected of the real blade of salvation, its power is indeed unparalleled. Lancelot only raised the divine spear in his hand with some admiration and some regret. In front of the real power of the blade of salvation, Such a replica is not worth mentioning. As Lancelot's words sounded, the brilliance on the tip of the divine spear in his hand became extremely dim and even began to become mottled and rusty. After all, a replica was just a replica. Under the real power of the blade of salvation, the tip of the divine spear in Lancelot's hand seemed to feel inferior and lost its brilliance little by little and silently collapsed, turning into powder and dissipating along with the body of the spear. In front of the real thing, the replica could only be reduced to the result of dejectedly leaving the scene. However, it was originally used as a medium to find the last king. Therefore, Lancelot did not feel pity for the divine spear at all, but said with some regret, "At first, I wanted to use this spear to fight against the abnormally powerful God-slayer. But now it seems that I can't fulfill this small wish." The divine spear had died of old age. The God-slayer, who was regarded as a great enemy by Guinevere and Lancelot, was also eliminated under the brilliance of the blade of salvation. Lancelot's heart, that was eager to fight Noah, could only helplessly calm down. However, at this time, the hero shook his head. "No, the God-slayer is not dead yet. I can feel that the power of my body is not declining, which proves that the number of God-slayers in the world today has not decreased." "Oh!" Lancelot was surprised at first, but then he said in amazement, "To be able to survive under the direct attack of the blade of salvation, as expected of the Demon King, who repeatedly forced me and my beloved daughter into a desperate situation. The so-called God-slayer is such a person. No matter how unfavorable the situation is, he can find a good opportunity to win. No matter how dangerous the situation is, he can find a way to survive." The hero praised in a sincere tone. An existence capable of killing gods as a human. How could such a level cause them to lose their lives? If that's the case, isn't the hero who has destroyed so many god-slayers since ancient times to the present? Lancelot suddenly smiled. "I also admire your martial prowess. That's why I joined you and served you as my master." Hearing this, the hero didn't show any pride or joy on his face. Instead, he revealed a sad expression. Seeing this, Lancelot's Lancelot. After a while, the knight on his horse spoke with a tone. Are you really tired of fighting?" Lancelot's words made the hero who annihilated the Demon King smile tiredly. "Yes, tired." The hero, who was given the mission of annihilating the Demon King by the gods, had long been tired of the repeated slumber and awakening. Once he woke up, he would have to fight. Therefore, after being awakened by Guinevere, the hero looked at the god ancestor as if he was a busybody. If it wasn't because he was tired of fighting, why would this hero, who would awaken every time multiple god-slayers appeared in the world, still be in a deep slumber when there were 7 god-slayers in the world? If the hero really wanted to fight, he would have woken up at a much earlier time. Why would he need Guinevere's busybody to wake him up? However, this matter was very inconceivable. The so-called steel was a living god of sword, god of war, and god of war. The purer the steel was, the more he yearned for fierce battles. The hero, who was the strongest steel, was actually tired of fighting. It was really inconceivable. Therefore, Guinevere did not think that the hero was still in a deep slumber because he did not want to wake up. It was not because he had not yet awakened and needed her to wake up the last king. However, Lancelot could easily see through his master's inner thoughts. Lancelot even knew why the steel, who was supposed to be extremely battle-thirsty, would be so inconceivably tired of fighting. Thinking of this, Lancelot raised his eyes slightly and looked behind the hero. Upon closer inspection, there was an extremely difficult to detect black shadow hovering there like a whirlpool. Glancing at the black shadow, Lancelot said helplessly, "If that's the case, you won't take the initiative to chase after the God-Slayer, right?" "No." The hero shook his head, and his tone became unusually firm. "Although I am tired of the constant battles, since I have woken up, I have to fight the God-Slayer to determine the winner." Saying this, the hero turned his head and looked in the direction of the land with a sorrowful gaze. "Otherwise, this world will be destroyed because of me." As far as the hero's eyes could see, On the shore closest to the ocean, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. It was as if the earth had suddenly lost its moisture and slowly dried up. All the flowers and plants turned yellow. The trees became dry and withered bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, as far as the hero's eyes could see, the earth became lifeless and the area was constantly expanding. If this continued, sooner or later, the entire island and even the entire world would become a barren land of death. Understanding this, the existence known as the last king to appear in the apocalypse smiled sadly. That's right, I must kill those god-slayers and go back to sleep as soon as possible. Lancelot and the masked man suddenly became silent. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the entire world. At the same time, on the outskirts of the city some distance away from the sea, a pitch-black swamp-like darkness suddenly appeared. In the darkness, Noah and Athena stumbled out of the darkness. Ugh! As soon as they appeared, Athena immediately covered her chest and fell to the ground with a painful expression. Noah was shocked and quickly went forward, hugged Athena, and knelt on the ground with one knee. "Are you okay?" Hearing Noah's words, although Athena's face was still pale, she was unwilling to admit defeat and squeezed out a voice. "Who do you think I am? How can this level of strength kill an immortal goddess?" When the hero swung the powerful sword of salvation and released a white gold sun, directly attacking the invisible island, Noah directly carried Athena and jumped into the spatial fault opened by the Sword of Good Departure, to avoid the terrifying attack. Then, Athena immediately used her own life as the price to bring Noah out of the spatial fault. As the god of the underworld, Athena originally had the power to freely travel between the human world and the underworld. Using this power, Athena, who had exhausted her divine power and sacrificed her life force, forcefully opened the door to the human world and escaped with Noah. If it were not for Athena, it would not be easy for Noah to return to the ground. However, Athena, who used up her life force, was a little dangerous. "Bear with it for a while." Noah slightly hugged Athena. "I will immediately heal you." In Noah's treasure vault, there were as many items that could restore cursed power and life force as there were stars in the sky. It should not be difficult to use these items to restore Athena to her peak. However, Athena seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts. She held her chest and shook her head with a painful expression. "There is no need to do unnecessary healing. Even if you restore my life force, it will not be long before my life force will immediately disappear." The unexpected bad news caused Noah to be stunned on the spot. Life force will disappear immediately? Then why? Chapter 1481. Once, in Nabali, Guinevere had used the aura of fire and wind to heal the injuries of Perseus, the god of steel. This was because fire and wind were closely related to the attributes of steel. Wind could make fire burn even more vigorously. Fire could smelt iron, ore, and forge a sword of steel. As the living god of swords, the heroes of steel naturally had a deep relationship with the wind and fire that smelted the sword of steel. This characteristic was used to the extreme by the heroes of steel, who were the strongest of the heroes of steel. As long as the heroes of steel appeared on the ground, they would be able to increase the aura of fire and wind, causing the ocean and the earth to continue to warm up. Through this method, the heroes could extract the essence of the earth to the greatest extent, conquering the ocean and the earth. Therefore, as long as the last king existed on the ground, the world's oceans and the earth would continue to warm up. In the end, the earth would completely dry up, the oceans would evaporate, and even the volcanoes would erupt one after another, causing the world to fall into destruction. The reason why the heroes of steel would be the last king in the world, other than the fact that they would only appear in the post-apocalyptic era when there were multiple god slayers, the most important reason was that they themselves would bring about the real end of the world. And in order to summon the island of the snake demon, which used to belong to my clone, to this world, I have already intertwined my own life force with this land. Athena closed her eyes as if she was feeling the remaining life force in her body, and said without a trace of emotion, Since that man is conquering this land and extracting the essence of the earth, then my life force will naturally be extracted along with it. Even if you restore my life force, it will only delay it for a while. If that's the case, then you should cut off your connection with the earth. Noah frowned. Or is there a reason why I can't do it? Exactly, Athena said faintly. The reason why I intertwine my life force with the earth is to summon the island that belongs to me. The invisible island will act as a medium for the intertwining. If the island is still there, then I can cut off the connection at any time. Athena looked at Noah. Now that the island has been destroyed, it will take a lot of time to cut off the connection with the earth. By that time, this land will have been conquered by the heroes. Even if I still have some life force left, I will die along with this land. Hearing this, Noah's frown deepened. Is there no way to stop this from happening? If you want to stop it, it's not that difficult. You just have to stop that man from extracting the essence of the earth. In other words, you have to stop that man from causing the end of the world, Athena said in a magnanimous tone, as though she wasn't talking about her own affairs. And to stop the end of the world, there are only two ways. 1. The hero who annihilates the Demon King has completed his mission and slays all the god slayers who rule the world. After completing this mission, the hero would return to the appearance of the divine blade and continue to hibernate, allowing the world to return to peace. 2. Defeat the hero who destroyed the Demon King. As long as he could defeat the hero would turn back into a divine blade and go back to sleep. However, in this case, the hibernation was temporary. Heroes who were known as Steel had immortality similar to that of an indestructible body. The hero's undying nature was even greater than the authority of the undying bodies. As mentioned before, when a hero awakens from a long slumber, he will lose all of his strength. In this state, even the hero who annihilated the Demon King was relatively weak. Could it be that the hero did not encounter any enemies before he recovered his strength? The answer was naturally no. In fact, the last king was not undefeated. On the contrary, the hero had lost to the god slayers many times since ancient times. However, even if he was killed, it would take a few months to a few years. Sooner or later, the hero would wake up again. It was precisely because of this that this hero was able to continue fighting without stopping. However, if the god slayer's power was fully restored, then there was almost no god slayer who had the ability to defeat the hero. Because when he fully recovers, that man will be able to wield the privilege of annihilating the Demon King. Athena looked up at Noah. You should have guessed that the man had such means, right? Noah nodded helplessly. When dealing with the great sage, heaven's equal, the great sage had used the ancient oath of allegiance to increase his strength when dealing with multiple god slayers. That ancient covenant was made by the gods to annihilate the Demon King. The great sage, heaven's equal, claimed that this was a power that only a very small number of great heroes of the steel could wield. Since that was the case, as the hero who annihilated the Demon King, how could the last king not have this authority? Noah had already guessed that the last king would definitely be able to use the ancient covenant to buff him. However, don't compare the power that the monkey imitated with the real covenant. Athena stated a shocking fact. The real covenant used to annihilate the Demon King is not only effective against multiple god slayers. The hero who can wield the real ancient covenant, as long as there is more than one Demon King in the world, will be able to wield it in proportion to the number of people. As long as there is more than one Demon King in the world, the hero can wield the covenant. Noah was shocked. Moreover, the amount of increase is proportional to the number of people. Doesn't that mean that as long as there is not only one god slayer left in the world, then the hero can always wield the blessing of the ancient covenant? Moreover, if the amount of increase is proportional to the number of people, then it means that the more god slayers there are, the more power the hero can wield from the ancient covenant will be. The reason why the hero's power had such a terrifying and explosive increase, even reaching the 3 digits of Hakeda's level, was because of this. Noah smiled bitterly. I never thought that I would actually meet a powerful enemy that is on par with that lizard. In terms of power, the hero and the three-headed dragon, who were greatly enhanced by the ancient covenant, were both in the 3 digits. Moreover, if it was the three-headed dragon, he wouldn't die unless he solved the mystery of the final trial of a human. The hero's words were even more exaggerated. Until now, he had not truly died, and every time he was defeated, he could be revived. That was simply unsolvable, was it not? That is why I said that even you will become a ghost under that man's sword. Athena smiled helplessly. Now, do you still want to refute my words? Noah was speechless. If the hero was really so difficult to deal with, then indeed, even Noah did not know what to do. Thinking of this, Noah could not help but feel anxious. Is there really no way to stop Athena's death? Could it be that he had to watch this goddess, who had too much of an ill-fated relationship with him, return to a legend? Athena clearly saw the anxiety in Noah's eyes. Her beautiful snake eyes flickered a few times, and after a moment of silence, she sighed. You are really a strange man. You are actually so worried about your old enemy. I really don't know if I should praise you for being tolerant of your enemy, or condemn you for being seduced by a woman. Saying this, lying in Noah's arms, Athena stretched out her slender arms and wrapped them around Noah's neck, looking straight into his eyes. The reason why humans are afraid of losing their lives is because their lives are limited, so they fear death. For the gods who have unlimited lives, death is not something to be afraid of. I'm the goddess who represents immortality, so I should be more open-minded and face death directly. Otherwise, how can I be qualified to be called a goddess? Athena smiled sweetly. So, using this method to escape the fate of death is simply adding a stain to my name. However, I don't want to see you sad and cowardly. There is really no other way. After saying this, Athena suddenly put her face close to Noah's face and lightly kissed his lips. Chapter 1482. The sudden kiss caused Noah to freeze completely in place. Looking at Athena's beautiful face, Noah's eyes widened slightly. In fact, this was not the first time Noah and Athena had kissed. When they were in Nabali, in order to heal Athena, who was seriously injured by Perseus, Noah had also kissed her and used the power of the priest Avatar to protect Athena. However, at that time, Noah only wanted to heal Athena and did not have any other thoughts. This time, under Athena's surprise attack, although Noah's mind went blank for a moment, he was completely attracted by the soft touch on his lips. Under such circumstances, Athena boldly took the initiative to extend her pink tongue into Noah's mouth and entangled it with Noah's tongue. The taste of their lips and tongues intertwined was self-evident. Noah was also in a passive state after being ambushed by Athena. The pleasure brought by Athena's kiss made him go in circles. Undoubtedly, Noah had always said that as an eternal virgin goddess, Athena's body and mind could not be captured by a mortal, let alone a god. However, she was so bold when kissing him that Noah subconsciously held his breath. But then, Athena's voice sounded in Noah's heart. I know that you also have the power of the draconic serpent in your power. The constitution of the God-Slayer could reflect all spells except for those that were effective on the gods, whether it was beneficial or not. However, if the spell was directly injected into the body of the God-Slayer through kissing, then even if the spell was not effective on the gods, it would still be effective. Now, Athena was injecting her power into Noah's body through kissing, directly communicating with Noah's mind. The power of dragons and serpents that Athena mentioned was probably referring to the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor. Maintaining the passionate kiss with Noah, Athena spoke in his mind while tangling with Noah's lips. I am the goddess of snakes. Since I am a snake, there will be times when I enter hibernation. Snakes sleep in the winter and awaken in the spring. This characteristic is why snakes are the symbol of immortality. Athena's body began to emit a faint light. Now, I will resonate with the draconic serpent force in your body. I will abandon my current life form and merge with your body, sharing a life with you. This way, I will be able to completely sever my connection with the earth and enter a state of suspended animation like a hibernating snake. Athena's body began to disintegrate into faint particles of light. If you can really defeat that man, I will give you a surprise when the time comes. However, if even you fail, I will accompany you to the underworld and welcome death. The girl who slowly disintegrated into light particles was like a burst of starlight, gathering around Noah and merging into his body. My nemesis, live on. Even that brave warrior will be able to overcome you. If you die in the hands of someone other than me, even if I reach the underworld, I will not let you go. Leaving such a sentence, Athena's figure completely disintegrated into light particles, merging into Noah's body and disappearing. At the same time, in the depths of Noah's heart, on the outline of the stone plate connected to the 10 patterns, the pattern representing the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor flashed. A ray of light in the shape of a snake seemed to wrap around the pattern of the Dragon Emperor. Then, like a snake that had fallen into hibernation, there was no more movement. Only then did Noah realize what was going on. However, the body temperature of the girl in his arms had long disappeared, leaving Noah alone kneeling on the ground with one knee facing the wind, looking into the distance. Stroking his heart and feeling the weak life of the goddess, Noah could not help but smile helplessly. It seems that no matter what, I have to defeat that unbeatable brave warrior. Be it in terms of strength or difficulty, the hero with the divine blade of salvation was not inferior to Aziz Dakar. But I don't intend to compromise even with Az Dakaha. Noah clenched his fist. This time, I will definitely not lose miserably like the last time. After making up his mind, Noah looked into the distance again, then resolutely turned around and walked towards the city. It was late at night when he went to fight with Athena. After the duel with Athena and witnessing the power of the last king, Noah, who was walking towards the hotel, glanced at the sky and estimated the current time. It should be around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. There is still some time before dawn. The brave warrior who annihilated the demon king had awakened. Then, according to the mission, the brave warrior should soon start a war with the current world's godslayers. And the first people to bear the brunt of the attack were naturally Noah and Yerek, who were closest to the last king. Since the last king can increase his power according to the number of godslayers in this world, it will be easy for him to determine whether I am dead or not. After all, the ancient covenant of the brave warrior increased his power according to the number of godslayers. Once a godslayer died, the power of the brave warrior would decrease. Since Noah was not dead, the power of the brave warrior would naturally not decrease. And as long as his power did not decrease, the brave warrior would definitely know that Noah was not dead. I just don't know if the brave warrior will take the initiative to come to me. Noah thought silently. I hope before dawn he won't find me. After dawn, Noah's authority would be able to completely adapt to this world. At that time, Noah, who could use his authority, would have a chance of winning against the last king. Without being able to use his authority, Noah would definitely not be a match for the last king who had gained the power of 7 godslayers. Therefore, Noah must wait until dawn. As long as he waited until dawn, Noah would personally meet the king of the apocalypse without the need for the brave warrior to come to him. If he did not wait until dawn, Noah had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Noah suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stopped. No chance of winning. Noah narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid not. Noah thought of a way to deal with the last king. No, it should be a way to reduce the power of the last king and make him easier to deal with. Unfortunately, Noah did not have that much time to implement that method. Moreover, implementing that method was the same as letting Noah kill people for a purpose. Among the people he killed, there might even be people who had a close relationship with Noah, or even people who did not know him. That kind of thing, I can't do it. Noah laughed at himself and continued to walk in the direction of the hotel. When Noah returned to the hotel, Alice suddenly rushed out. Without saying a word, she directly dragged the stunned Noah into the room. It wasn't until Noah arrived at Alice's room that he realized something was wrong. There was already a guest here. Seeing you safe and sound, I don't know whether to be happy or sad. With such a sentence, the God Slayer, known as the Black Prince, sat on a seat, looked at Noah, and said very straightforwardly, "Anyway, I apologize to you first. I didn't keep an eye on Lancelot. When I realized that he was gone, the woman over there triggered the spirit vision and saw the whole thing." Noah raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and looked at Alice. "So, you know what happened? I'm afraid I know more than you." Alice nodded seriously, which was rare. "You don't know that Lord Guinevere is dead, right?" "Guinevere is dead." Noah suddenly froze. The god ancestor, who secretly plotted against him, was dead? Thinking of this, Noah realized. As for why the hero suddenly woke up, he did not know the reason. Chapter 1483. I see, sitting across from Yarek. Noah shook his head with a bitter smile after listening to Alice's narration of the entire process of the hero's resurrection. In other words, Guinevere was able to find the hero, the last king, thanks to me and Athena, right? You could say that. Alice also smiled bitterly. It's not strange that the essence of Gaia could stimulate the god of steel. Lord Guinevere only expanded this foundation by a few times, even at the cost of his own life. Removing the seal of the draconic serpent, increasing the essence of Gaia, stimulating the divine aura of the last king, and using the spiritual I spy on the location of the last king. It's quite a simple method, Yarek said slowly. It's very similar to the method that short-sighted woman would use. But I have to say, Guinevere's self-sacrifice did indeed restore the last king to his prime. Even after his death, he still brings us a lot of trouble. One annoying guy. When the hero who annihilated the demon king woke up, his state would be very incomplete, and all his power would be lost. Only by absorbing enough essence of Gaia could the hero recover to his full state and carry out the mission of annihilating the demon king. If he couldn't recover to a certain state, the hero wouldn't even be able to carry out the ancient covenant of annihilating the demon king. Compared to the other disobedient gods, the hero was much less of a threat. The problem was that the hero not only had an extremely strong immortality, but also had a large number of followers around him. Lancelot has already recovered to his disobedient state, and the god of wind, whose true face is unknown, but who seems to be able to control the wind. Yarek said in a calm tone, "The enemy is not just an unmatched hero, there are also two disobedient gods with outstanding power. This situation can no longer be described as troublesome." Despite saying so, Yarek didn't show any signs of pressure at all, as if he wasn't worried at all that the hero who annihilated the Demon King would find him. This calmness caused Alice to speak in a provocative manner. "Since the enemy is unprecedentedly powerful, why are you still so calm? Do you have a way to deal with such a powerful faction? Let's not talk about whether the enemy camp can be dealt with." Yarek glanced at Alice and said without changing his expression, "If it's just to deal with the last king, I do have a simple idea." This sentence made Alice stunned all of a sudden. Ignoring Alice, Yarek stared at the silent Noah with a meaningful look. "I think you should have thought of that simple method, right?" Noah met Yarek's gaze and curled his lips noncommittally. That was indeed a simple method. Moreover, Noah did think of that method on the way back to the hotel. At this moment, Yarek bluntly explained the method that was said to be simple, but was definitely enough to shock the entire world. Since the number of god slayers in the world today is greater, the power of the hero who annihilates the Demon King will be stronger. Then, as long as the number of god slayers is reduced to only one person, the last king can't even activate the ancient covenant. Isn't that enough? The shocking idea finally came out of Yarek's mouth and made Alice's pretty face freeze. But it had to be said that Yarek's method was the best way to guarantee victory over the last king. Why was the hero so much more powerful than the other gods of disobedience, even reaching a 3-digit level? Without a doubt, it was all because of the ancient covenant. Noah believed that the hero's power and threat were on par with Az Dakaha, who was known as the final human trial. But that was for Noah personally. In fact, if he really wanted to calculate, the threat of the 3-headed demonic dragon was undoubtedly much more terrifying than the hero who annihilated the Demon King. After all, Az-Dakaha was a terrifying existence that could threaten the entire Hakata and even the entire world. The demonic dragon that had once defeated millions of gods made the three-digit number of Hakata's existences fearful. And the reason why Az-Dakaha could become a terrifying existence that the entire Hakata could not resist was because of one reason. Simulated star map, another cosmology. It was called Avestas, another cosmology of simulated creation of the stars. That was the real reason why Az-Dakaha was feared by millions of gods. That, another cosmology could imitate the target's cosmology by defining oneself as the rightmost side of good and evil, using it as a mirror to host oneself, counteracting the power used by the target. It could also imitate the target's own characteristics without any changes until the target left the battle or was defeated. There were only two cosmologies that could not be imitated by this another cosmology. One was the Zoroastrianism cosmology that was of the same origin as Az-Dakaha. The other was the human cosmology that was the target of Az-Dakaha's trial. Apart from these two cosmologies, if an opponent with other cosmologies came, Az-Dakaha would be able to obtain all the power of that person. If 10 came, he would be able to obtain the power of those 10 people. Even if there were hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of people, he would be able to obtain all the power of his opponents. Therefore, even if millions of gods were his opponents, Az-Dakaha could defeat all the gods with absolute power, bringing the most extreme terror to the entire Hakata. Not to mention, Az-Dakaha could also use another cosmology to offset the abilities of his opponents. That was the true unsolvable. However, apart from another cosmology, there were many people in Hakata who could surpass Az-Dakaha in terms of power. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of power, White Yiksha was definitely stronger than Az-Dakaha. Not only White Yiksha, but even Gagir would be above Az-Dakaha if he obtained the sovereignty of a few suns and completed a part of the spiritual core. Otherwise, Az-Dakaha's head and shoulders wouldn't have been pierced through, leaving only his heart, which exposed many of his weaknesses. As for the hero, his power should only be in the 4 digits. However, the Ancient Covenant gave the hero an increase in strength equivalent to 7 God's layers, allowing the hero's strength to rise to the 3-digit level. In other words, the 3-headed dragon and the hero, one could not use a cheat, while the other could use a cheat without restraint. As a result, the two were on the same level. There is no need to say who was the greater threat. However, the 3-headed dragon's another cosmology had no effect on Noah, while the hero's Ancient Covenant could be used without restraint. Therefore, to Noah, the 3-headed dragon and the hero were on the same level of power and threat. In other words, as long as he could make the hero unable to use a cheat like the demonic dragon, this person would not be a threat to Noah. Your power is particularly outstanding even among us. I believe that no one will have any objections. Yerek spoke as if he was trying to induce Noah, but also as if he was talking to himself. For you, the hero who can activate the covenant is the real enemy, but the rest of your kind are not necessarily the same. If you want, you have the ability to implement this plan. After saying that, Yerek finally looked directly at Noah. In that case, why don't you give a try? Hearing this, Noah looked at Yerek. His dark, deep eyes were filled with coldness. Yerek also looked at Noah, his eyes containing some sharpness. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Chapter 1484. An indescribable tension pervaded the entire space. Noah and Yerek both looked straight at each other. Their intertwined gazes seemed to be able to create sparks, making the surrounding atmosphere more and more tense. At this time, Alice, who was watching the scene unfold, chose to remain silent. There was no other reason. As Yerek's political enemy, Alice could easily guess the Black Prince's motive for saying this. Alice believed that Noah could also understand why Yerek said this. As expected, Noah curled his lips and said sarcastically, "If you want to test me, Can you please use a more sophisticated method? In response to Noah's words, Yerek remained calm and collected as he said this. I don't think I can come up with a probing method that you can't detect in a short time. Then you might as well ask me directly. Noah shrugged. Ask me if I have any thoughts of attacking you. Actually, I'm doing the same, right? Yerek said leisurely. Since I'm using such an unsophisticated probing method, it's the same as asking you directly. There's not much difference. Is that so? Noah glanced at Yerek. You're really not an ordinary troublemaker. Please call it a polite negotiation method, Yerek retorted. After all, it's too rude to ask directly, isn't it? That really surprises me. Alice couldn't help but interject. Alexander, I just want to know, when did you talk about manners? Because I'm different from a pretentious princess like you, Yerek retorted, not to be outdone. I know very well what kind of person I should be polite to and what kind of person I should be direct with. Unlike you, woman, who pretends to be polite but is actually careless. Yerek's words made Alice open her mouth again. She was about to continue retorting, but was stopped by Noah, who was annoyed beyond words. It doesn't matter whether I'm polite or careless, right? Noah said impatiently. It's fine as long as it's cute, right? The entire place fell silent. Yerek looked at Noah strangely. Alice, on the other hand, blushed. She lowered her head and started to fidget. Only then did Noah realize that he had said something so immoral. He immediately coughed and changed the topic. No matter what, I will go and meet that hero after daybreak and decide the victor between us. In other words, Noah would not kill the rest of the Godslayers just to weaken the power of the last king. Is that so? Yerek nodded indifferently, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. Yerek's words were from the bottom of his heart. In terms of combat prowess, Noah was superior to the other Godslayers. Even Warban and Luo Hao, who were known as the oldest Godslayers, had been defeated by Noah in one fell swoop when they fought together. Yerek had also fought with Noah before. In the battle between Noah and Athena, he had seen the attack that could split heaven and earth. He was really afraid of Noah. Therefore, Yerek wanted to probe a little to see if Noah was likely to attack the rest of the Godslayers in order to defeat the last king. If Noah had such intentions, then, compared to the last king, Yerek felt that he needed to be more vigilant against this unusual fellow. Now, Noah said that he did not intend to use such a convenient method, which did indeed make Yerek feel a little relieved. Then, Yerek pondered for a while and looked directly at Noah. How are you going to deal with the hero who annihilated the Demon King? What? Noah looked at Yerek with a half-smile. Do you want to help? Help? Yerek did not answer, but asked instead. Do you need my help? Hearing this, Noah also did not answer, but asked instead. Can you deal with Lancelot and the masked wind god at the same time? At the same time, Yerek pondered for a while and then gave such an answer. If it's just dealing with them, it shouldn't be a problem to use some small tricks. Small tricks? Noah suddenly laughed. Okay, then I'll leave Lancelot and the masked wind god to you. In other words, you will still be responsible for dealing with the last king, right? Yerek asked directly. Do you have a chance of winning? Open your eyes wide and see for yourself whether you have a chance of winning or not. Noah turned his gaze to Alice. Can I trouble you to help me find the whereabouts of Erica and the others? When the last king descended and sunk the entire invisible island with the blade of salvation that could even cut a star, Erica, Yuri, Liliana, and Kira should have been on the island as well. Logically speaking, under the attack of the blade of salvation, even Noah and Athena chose to avoid it. In the face of such an attack, the four girls definitely had no chance of surviving. Fortunately, before the battle with Athena, Noah gave Avalon to the girls. With the protection of the scabbard, the girls should be able to escape the disaster. Noah returned to the hotel at a leisurely pace because he thought that the girls were likely to have returned here first. Now, it seemed that the girls had not returned yet. In response, Alice said, Erica has already returned. In fact, Erica and the others have already returned. After learning that the last king has woken up, they went out again, preparing to investigate the hero's current actions. Is that so? Noah frowned slightly. They even went to the Wanley Valley? Yes. Alice nodded. Miss Yuli's spirit vision is quite remarkable. That's why Erica suggested that we bring Miss Yuli along to see if she can see some of the true colors of the Last King. Maybe Miss Yuan can notice the weaknesses that nobody else has. Is that so? Noah relaxed his frown. Then, Erica and the other should be near the Last King now, right? Yes. Alice asked curiously. What's wrong? No, I just happened to think of something. Noah suddenly smiled. Alice, please contact Erica and ask her to do something for me. What's the matter? Alice and Yarek both looked at Noah. Under the gaze of Alice and Yarek, Noah said, Help me send something to the Last King. Both Alice and Yarek were stunned by his words. On the other side, on the outskirts of a city, the hero, Lancelot, and the masked wind god slowly walked over and stepped onto the lush green lawn. Ah! As soon as he stepped onto the lawn, the hero let out a sorrowful sigh. This was because with the arrival of the hero, the greenery on the lawn withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the life of the flowers and grass was taken away, turning into a withered land of death. Seeing this, the hero looked even more tired. We have to hurry. The brave warrior had seen the same thing happen many times. The existence of the kings in the apocalypse itself was an opportunity that led to the apocalypse. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, the hero only had one thing to do. That was to find the current generation of god-slayers and have a duel to the death with them. There was no other way. Looking at the city in front of him, the hero lifted his foot and stepped into it. However, at this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared in the air and landed in front of the hero and the others. The hero was startled. Oh! Lancelot and the masked wind god were also surprised. This was because the figures of a few girls had appeared in the faint light. They were humans. You are the one known as the Last King, right? The girl named Erica Brantley took a step forward, looked at the hero, and spoke with an elegant smile without any hesitation. Hero who annihilated the Demon King, my lord has something to give you. Chapter 1485. When Erica, Yuri, Liliana, and Huina went to the place where the hero killed the Demon King and delivered the things that Noah requested, Noah stayed alone in the hotel room. At this time, Noah was closing his eyes and accepting the information that suddenly came into his mind. Noah Dole LV. 5 strength. SSS 1840. SSS 2000 durability. SSS 1847. SSS 2000 dexterity. SSS 1856. SSS 2000 agility. SSS 1866. SSS 2000 magic. SSS 1859. SSS 2000 mystery. D magic. D swordsman. D sea smash. D sea magic. Weapon refinement. Steel making magic. Duplicate, refine, and forge weapons. Duplicate, refine, and forge weapons will be weakened to a certain extent according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Duplicate, refine, and forge weapons will be maintained for a long time according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Protection of sword. Permanent magic. Permanent protection according to the attributes of the contract spirit. Contract spirit as a sword spirit. Obtain the protection of the sword spirit and weaken physical attacks on oneself. The degree of weakening increases or decreases according to the strength and ability of the target. Cold smelting, quick attack magic, gradually turn the target into steel. Successful tempering will crush it. Tempering speed is determined according to the strength and ability of the target. Skills protection from the world. Permanent skill. Equal to luck. Events that have a direct relationship with luck will eventually lead to the most favorable result. After accepting the information that was suddenly fed back into his mind, Noah opened his eyes and murmured, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that I can't level up after meeting the requirements. In order to increase the winning rate when dealing with the hero, Noah hid in the room and updated his ability value before dawn. Before Noah's ability value was updated, it was almost close to the peak of 2000 proficiency, which was almost enough to level up. After coming to this world, Noah fought with Susanu, Monkey King, and Athena, the three highest level gods of disobedience, one after another, so he should have accumulated a lot of experience points. Therefore, Noah thought that if he updated his ability value at this time, he might be able to increase the proficiency of his basic abilities to the peak and meet the requirements for leveling up. If he can level up to LV 6, then Noah's winning rate against the hero will increase a lot. However, after updating ability value, Noah got an expected result and an unexpected result. The expected result was that all 5 basic abilities had reached the upper limit of 2,000 proficiency and could be upgraded to the next level. The unexpected result was that Noah didn't meet the other condition. If Noah wanted to level up, he had to fulfill 2 conditions. First, all ability SSS level. Proficiency level proficiency SSS level proficiency. Second, accumulate enough achievements to level up to the next level. The first condition, in the past, had always been the reason why Noah was unable to level up. As for the latter condition, it wasn't difficult for Noah to achieve great feats because he had always been dealing with those who were extremely powerful as his opponents. Therefore, before this, the second condition had never been the reason why Noah couldn't level up. But this time, Noah was bound by the second condition of leveling up. I've fought with a god as an opponent many times, but it's not considered great achievements. In the world of looking for a chance encounter in the underground city, generally speaking, the second condition was the reason why people who received the grace given by the gods couldn't level up. After all, the so-called great achievements generally referred to the accumulation of miraculous experience points. For example, defeating opponents who were stronger than oneself. For example, crusading against the floor master alone. For example, killing powerful monsters. For example, completing a trial that ordinary people couldn't complete. All of these were the so-called great achievements. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to achieve these conditions. Therefore, leveling up was the dream of every adventurer. However, in the past, this problem had never bound Noah. This was because the opponents that Noah had challenged time and time again were existences that were far beyond his ability value. Therefore, it was also regarded as a great achievement. So Noah had never been bound by this problem. Now, this problem finally became the reason why Noah was unable to level up. It seems that with my current level, it's impossible to level up like taking advantage of loopholes. Noah came to this conclusion helplessly. If I don't achieve great achievements, I guess I can't level up now, right? In any case, Noah's current level had reached LV 5. Moreover, Noah's LV 5 had accumulated basic abilities that others absolutely couldn't achieve in the previous few levels. Who could be like Noah, who had to upgrade the basic abilities to the SSS stage of 2,000 proficiency every time he leveled up? Others only needed to upgrade one of the basic abilities to the D stage of 500 proficiency to accumulate one of the conditions for leveling up. The difficulty was simply not on the same level as Noah. In view of this, when leveling up, the basic abilities would be accumulated as hidden abilities. Noah's LV 5 level was probably higher than Eulalie's LV 7 level. Under such circumstances, Noah finally reached the bottleneck where he had to achieve a truly great feat in order to level up. Should I say it's God's will? Noah suddenly smiled. Right now, there is a suitable challenge target for great achievements. In any case, although the proficiency improved was relatively small, it still reached the limit of LV 5. It was better than not improving at all, right? Next, I just need to wait until dawn. Just as Noah said this to himself, there was a knock on the door. Then a voice rang out. "King, are you there?" It was the voice of Kanishi. "There is a person I hope you can meet." Noah's eyebrows suddenly raised slightly. 3 minutes later, Noah, led by Kanishi, came to the hotel's VIP room. Here, 3 people had already arrived in advance. One was Yarek, known as the Black Prince. One was Alice, known as Princess White. There was another one, who was wearing a suit and tie, dressed like a member of society, but much younger than Kanishi. "Let me introduce you," Kanishi said to Noah. This is the head of the Tokyo branch of our History Compilation Committee, the next head of the Sayamiya family, one of the four major families in Japan's curse world, Miss Sayamiya. Sayamiya? Family? Noah was startled at first, then looked over in amazement. Miss? A lady in a suit and a bow tie. Nice to meet you, Noah-sama. Sayamiya showed a bright smile that didn't look like a young girl's. Everyone seems to be surprised by my appearance after knowing my true gender. But don't look at me like this now. I'm still Yuri and Huina's classmate. We are the same batch of Uinwu-witch. After saying this, Sayamiya gestured to the seat in front of her. Anyway, please sit down, Noah-sama. Even I feel a little scared to let a king stand. Hearing Sayamiya's words, Noah couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he still obediently went forward and sat down. Alice and Yerrick sat down with him. As for Kanishi, he stood behind Sayamiya, waiting for orders. Chapter 1486. The head of the Tokyo branch of the History Compilation Committee, the next head of the House of Saya. Noah sat down and looked at Saya Miyazaki curiously. So, you are the future leader of the Japanese spell community? In the past, the House of Saya was the one who won the power struggle among the four major families. The founder of the History Compilation Committee was also the previous head of the House of Saya. As the next head of the House of Saya, it was only a matter of time before Saya Miyazaki became the head of the History Compilation Committee and the leader of the entire Japanese spell community. Toward this, Saya Gong Xin said with an indifferent attitude, "Actually, if possible, I don't want to become famous by inheriting the family business. I want to go out and do things on my own." Saya Miyazaki said to Noah in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Lord Noah seems to be very close to our witch Yuan. Why don't you stay here and let me work under you? Let's build a force bigger than the History Compilation Committee." Hearing this, Noah was somewhat speechless. Not only Noah, but Alice and Yerrick also looked at Saya Miyazaki, speechless. After all, the History Compilation Committee was a force established by the House of Saya. As the next head of the Sha Yigong family, it was one thing for Sha Yigong Xian to want to establish her own family, but she actually wanted to replace her family's power. For this reason, she did not hesitate to rope in the demon king who killed a god, making everyone speechless. She seems to be a brave person, Yerrick said with a sigh. This reminds me of the time when I first became a god slayer. There was a little girl who hadn't even reached adulthood who made a declaration in front of me, asking me to join her. In the end, I rejected her, and since then, she has been at odds with me. That's an unpleasant memory. Indeed, Alice also sighed. I also remember when I learned all the knowledge of druids. A man who claimed to be completely different from the rest of his kind barged into my house and said to me, "I need your wisdom. If you help me, I might be able to pay you." After I rejected him, he started to target me everywhere. After saying that, Alice and Yerrick looked at each other, their eyes showing extreme disgust for each other. The corners of Noah's mouth twitched. He was speechless once again. So this was how the enmity between the two of them started? Noah really wanted to say something. "Are the two of you children?" On the other hand, Saya Gongshin had an interesting expression. So there is such a grudge between the Black Prince and the White Princess. Fortunately, I came, or else I wouldn't have known about such an interesting past. Noah needed to correct his thoughts. Among the people here, there weren't only 2 children. There were 3 of them. Noah felt that there would be no end to this, so he said to Saya Gongshin directly, "Are you here because of the request I made to the History Compilation Committee?" Before Erica, Yuli, Liliana, and Kira went to the location of the last king to deliver the items to Noah, Noah called Ganshi Winterhorse and made a request. "I heard about that request from Mr. Ganshi," Saya Gongshin looked at Noah and said. "I remember that Master Noah asked the History Compilation Committee to find a spacious and uninhabited place for you to use as a battlefield, right?" "That's right." Noah nodded. "I'm sure the History Compilation Committee already knows about the current situation. We need to deal with a few troublesome enemies. For this, we need to make some preparations. The location isn't a problem. We'll arrange it as soon as possible." Saya Gongshin's smile faded bit by bit. However, we also found some troublesome situations here. Troublesome situations? Noah was slightly taken aback. Troublesome situations? Yerrick was also taken aback. Only Alice seemed to have thought of something and looked at Saya Gongshin. Are you referring to the changes in the volcanic area? Alice's words made everyone's eyes focus on her. What? Saya Gongshin was a little surprised. Miss Alice, do you already know? Spirit vision was activated just now, and I saw some scenes. Alice looked around at the people present. I'll show you the scenes with the elf's sensing ability. Alice closed her eyes as soon as she finished speaking, and dense spell power surged out of her body. A dazzling white light flashed out of Alice's body and filled the entire VIP room. Then, in the next moment, the entire VIP room seemed to have been replaced by something else, and it changed. The scene that appeared in front of them made everyone's expression turn solemn. First, Noah and the rest saw a mountain. It was a very famous mountain in Japan, known as the spiritual peak, Mount Fuji. This #1 mountain that was known to everyone in the country had actually erupted. Flames and black smoke kept spewing out of the crater. Boiling lava flowed down the mountain and flowed to the ground. Huge rocks exploded and smashed in all directions. Vaguely, they could even see that some distance away from Mount Fuji, where the explosion occurred, people as small as ants were fleeing in panic. It was very noisy. At this moment, the scene around them changed completely and turned into another place. This time, it was a mountain range of unknown origins. The mountain range seemed to be a volcanic area as well. Moreover, the craters of each of them were erupting, causing red flames to soar into the sky. Thick black smoke filled the air, and even the ground shook slightly. Under such circumstances, the surrounding scene seemed to be moving closer to the sky, making the volcanic area below become smaller and smaller, showing a broader scene of the earth. However, the scene that appeared made them speechless. There was the scene of volcanic ash covering the entire sky, causing the nearby cities to be covered with black smoke. There was the scene of cities being eroded by the hot lava and gradually being destroyed. There was the scene of hot rocks falling from the sky like raindrops, smashing the buildings one by one. There was the scene of dark clouds condensed from the thick volcanic ash spreading to the surrounding sky little by little. There were only 4 words to describe these scenes. The end of the world. It was a terrible scene, as if the end of the world had come. After an unknown period of time, the doomsday scene began to disappear slowly, and the VIP room returned to its original state. These are not just scenes that are currently happening. Some of them are scenes of the future after my spirit vision was triggered. Alice let out a soft sigh and pulled herself together. She explained with an unprecedentedly serious expression. I think if the last king continues to move in this world, those scenes will really happen, right? Our official history compilation committee also received a lot of reports of volcanic eruptions and even changes in the Earth's crust, Sayaka Gong, XIN continued. Now, in this country, a lot of volcanoes are showing signs of eruption, and even some extinct volcanoes seem to be showing signs of revival. If the same thing happens in other countries, then, without a doubt, this will be a world-class crisis. Noah and Yerrick suddenly frowned. The last king to appear in the apocalypse. Yerrick muttered something. I see. Is this the meaning of the title Last King ? It seemed that Yerrick knew who the culprit behind the changes in the world was. Sure enough, this is related to the troublesome enemies you mentioned. Sayaka Gong XIN sighed, then looked up and looked at Noah and Yerrick. Can we ask you two for help? Noah and Yerrick suddenly looked at each other, then smiled faintly at the same time. Chapter 1487. About half an hour later, Sayamiya left the hotel with the winter horse. As the head of the Tokyo branch of the History Compilation Committee, as well as the next head of the Sayamiya family and the future general of the committee, Sayamiya said that no matter what, the entire Japanese spell community would fully support Noah and Yerrick. If they did not do so, the History Compilation Committee would not be able to cope with this disaster. This also showed why the humans in the world today needed the Godslayers. because other than the God-slayers, there was no existence that could resist the gods and protect the humans and the world from the gods. Therefore, humans worshipped the God-slayers as kings. Even if it was a demon king who could bring great terror, it was the same. As the only two God-slayers who were still alive with their heads, Noah and Yerek both expressed their feelings about this situation, but they were not surprised by it. After all, as kings, they had encountered the same situation many times. In any case, with the full support of the forces that secretly controlled everything in this country, for Noah and Yerek, it was a great help. At least, the problem of the venue was solved. Before she planned to visit Noah and Yerek, Sayamia followed Noah's instructions and sent someone to prepare the venue. By the time Sayagong Xian left the hotel with the winter horse, the venue had already been prepared. Under such circumstances, Yerek directly left the hotel and went to the well-prepared venue. There were only two reasons why a venue was needed for the battle with the hero who annihilated the Demon King. First, to prevent the battle from affecting innocent people and causing casualties. Especially this time, the opponent was the savior who could use a divine sword that could even cut a star. He was someone who could sink an island and pierce through the sea and the earth with one strike. If the venue was not prepared, it would cause a lot of casualties. Second, for Yerek. Unlike the other God-slayers, Yerek was not very good at direct confrontation. If Yerek was given enough time and conditions to prepare, this God-slayer will be able to display a combat power that no one could ignore. In order to deal with Lancelot and a masked wind god, Yerek had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, even a God-slayer would be in danger when facing two disobedient gods at the same time. Because of this, Noah proposed to the official History Compilation Committee to prepare a venue. Now that the venue was ready, Yerek naturally had to leave and make preparations. It was estimated that this night, everyone would be so busy that they would not even have time to sleep. Of course, this did not include Noah. Noah had finished what he needed to do. Now, Noah only had one mission. That was to wait for the arrival of dawn. As dawn approached, Erica, Yuli, Liliana, and Huina finally came back. As soon as she entered the room, Erica threw out such a sentence. "I've already given your item to that Lord Hero." "I think so too," Noah replied without any surprise. If that wasn't the case, that guy would have probably killed his way into the city and searched everywhere for me and Yerek, right? Now, the hero of Saber, Lancelot, and the masked wind god are all on standby in the outskirts of the mountains, Liliana said with a serious expression. "I think they'll wait until dawn before heading to the designated location for the duel, right? That would be best." Noah shrugged and looked out the window at the sky that was beginning to brighten. "As long as they can wait until dawn, then I'll be fully prepared." Erica, Yoli, Liliana, and Huina exchanged glances with each other. Although they did not know why Noah had to wait until dawn, it was tactful not to ask at this time. Moreover, the group of girls could more or less guess the reason why Noah had to wait until dawn to take action. In fact, it was not difficult to guess. The North American god slayer, John Pluto Smith, had the power called super transformation. It was a power that allowed people to transform into various forms and use various incarnations. However, every time an incarnation was used, a corresponding sacrifice had to be offered. Otherwise, this power could not be activated. Not only that, after an incarnation was used, the incarnation could not be used again for 7 days. This kind of power that allowed one to use various abilities and incarnations generally had very strict usage time and conditions. Noah had once defeated the undefeated god of victory, Welslana, who had 10 incarnations and was invincible with diverse abilities. Therefore, if Noah was like the North American god slayer and seized the power to use various abilities and incarnations from a god, then it was not strange that this power had strict usage conditions. Perhaps, among them, there were incarnations that could only be used after dawn. This was the thought of the girls. Although this idea wasn't completely correct, it was still a vague guess. Although Noah's power of 10 incarnations did not have any usage time or conditions, it did require him to wait until dawn to use it. Otherwise, if he used it without authorization, it would bring about some bad effect to this world. Of course, the girls did not know about these things, but they did not ask. This included Erica and Liliana, who had been following Noah for a long time. Only Yuli stepped forward slightly and came in front of Noah. She solemnly handed the scabbard that she had been holding in her arms to Noah. This is returned to its rightful owner. Noah was slightly stunned. Looking at the Avalon that Yuli handed to him with a solemn expression, he did not take it. Instead, he looked directly at Yuli. Compared to me, you need the protection of this scabbard more. Take it with you. No, King. Huina shook her head. The one who needs to use this incredible scabbard is the king. Huina and the others no longer need it. This sentence stunned Noah at first, but then he reacted. In other words, you won't be coming with me to the battle with the last king, right? That's a bit wrong. Erica corrected him. To put it simply, we can't go with you. Can't. Noah frowned and turned his gaze to Liliana. His eyes were full of curiosity. Now, the volcanic areas around the world have begun to mutate. The temperature of the sea and the earth is gradually rising. Even the temperature has begun to gradually increase. Soon, I'm afraid it will become a world-class disaster, Liliana explained. According to what you said, the appearance of the last king has caused the aura of fire and wind in the world to begin to increase. Therefore, in order to prevent the disaster from happening, all the magic associations in Europe are gathering members and preparing to hold a big ceremony to calm the aura of fire and wind. It's not just Europe. The History Compilation Committee has also issued a summons, preparing to gather all the witches and curse-mincers in Japan to calm the spiritual energy of the earth and sea, Yuri said with a sense of mission. Although I don't know how much the aura of fire and wind can be suppressed by doing this, at least it can delay the arrival of the apocalypse. Is that so? Noah sighed. In other words, all of you have been summoned? There's nothing we can do about it. Liliana also sighed, which was rare. Although as a knight, it's absolutely unforgivable for the king to go to the battlefield alone. At the same time, it's not the right behavior of a knight to sit back and ignore the danger of others. Considering the issue of time, we won't return to Italy. Instead, we're preparing to hold this ceremony here with the History Compilation Committee. Erica looked at Noah. After all, this is a crisis of the world. The magic associations around the world must cooperate to calm the turmoil of the earth and sea together. On the contrary, this is the only thing that Huina and the others can do, Huina said to Noah with a smile. The only person who can really save the world is the king. Noah fell silent. Then he suddenly smiled. Leave it to me. The group of girls revealed extremely beautiful smiles that lasted for a long time. Chapter 1488. Just like that, dawn gradually arrived. In order to cooperate with the people of the Japanese magic circle to carry out the wind and fire aura calming ceremony, Erica, Yuri, Liliana, and Kana all returned to their respective rooms in the hotel to prepare. According to Alice, after dawn, magic associations in various countries around the world would begin to hold calming ceremonies to control the aura of wind and fire. This was an unprecedented ceremony. Through the Sage Parliament, a neutral force that specialized in the study of God's layers, every force around the world discussed to hold a ceremony at the same time, combining the power of all magicians and curse-mincers in the world to calm the aura of wind and fire. Only in this way could the increase of aura be maximized. If each country, each force, and each organization did their own thing and held this ceremony on their own, it would only reduce the aura of an area, just like water would flow to a lower place. Even if the aura of an area was reduced, the aura of other places would be replenished. In that case, the problem would not be solved at all. Therefore, through the Sage Parliament, a research force that did not belong to any party, all the forces around the world unanimously agreed that they must combine the power of all the forces in the world to hold a world-class ceremony together. Otherwise, the suppression of aura would not be carried out at all. But a world-class ceremony? That would definitely be an unprecedented ceremony, right? After all, the scope of effect was aimed at the whole world, and even the organizers of the ceremony were all forces in the world. Such a super large-scale ceremony was definitely something that had never been done before. In this regard, Alice, the girl who loved to join in the fun and was eager to see the world in chaos, was the most excited. A world-class large-scale ceremony. Such a ceremony, let alone in the past, I don't even know if it will appear in the future. Whether the last king eventually falls into a deep sleep because he annihilates all the demon kings, or you defeat the last king and make the apocalypse disappear. After dawn, this ceremony will be recorded in the history books and become an eternal legend in the magic world. After leaving this sentence, Alice left the hotel. Next, Alice would return to London, England, to preside over the overall situation of this ceremony. There was no other way. How could such a grand ceremony on a worldwide scale be held just like that? Disregarding everything else, cooperation alone was a huge problem. Don't forget, the people who held the ceremony this time were from all corners of the world. Since they wanted to hold the ceremony together, they naturally had to cooperate with each other, divide the work, and figure out the timing of the ceremony. They also had to improvise. It was impossible to complete an unprecedented large-scale ceremony just by doing their own thing. Therefore, Alice's existence would become the center of this large-scale ceremony on a worldwide scale. Before the start of the ceremony, Alice would use her mental senses to connect the minds of all magicians and cursementers in the world who intended to perform the ceremony. This way, everyone would be able to know each other's situation and cooperate with each other to hold the ceremony together. This was also the reason why Alice was so excited. If one were to say that this unprecedented world-scale ritual would go down in history and become a legend, then Alice, as the center of it all, would go down in history as a legend in the world of magic and spells. In the future, whenever someone mentioned this ceremony, they would definitely think of who was the center of this ceremony. In view of this, after tomorrow, Alice would probably become the princess of the world, not just the princess of Europe. For Alice, who loved to join in the fun, this was definitely something worth participating in. She would definitely say that this was very interesting. Of course, although Alice was known as the Witch of Europe and was known as the princess, she was still just an ordinary human. It was simply impossible to connect the minds of all the people in the world with her mental senses. However, Noah had once given Alice protection to protect the princess's health. The power of the protection would allow Alice to obtain a healthy body that could be counted in years. Now, Alice was ready to release all the protection that Noah had given her in one go, so that her mental senses would be greatly improved. In this way, Alice could connect the minds of all the people in the world. This made Noah understand one thing. This time, he wasn't the only one fighting against the last king. Although only Noah and Yarek were directly involved in the battle, all the magicians and cursementers in the world would hold a ceremony after dawn to increase the aura of fire and wind to prevent the arrival of the apocalypse. Noah was fighting. Magicians and cursementers from all over the world were also fighting. This would be a battle that combined the power of everyone in the world of magic and cursementers. When he thought of this, Noah finally felt a sense of heaviness accumulating on his shoulders. That sense of heaviness was called responsibility. Noah, for the first time, had the feeling of carrying the hopes of all the people in the world in a battle. With this indescribable feeling, Noah unknowingly came to Yoli and Huina's room. Looking at the door in front of him, Noah was silent for a long time. Then he reached out and knocked on the door. After the door was knocked, Huey's loud voice rang out. "Come in." Hearing this, Noah directly opened the door and walked into Yoli and Huina's room. "Mr. Noah, King?" Yoli and Huina didn't seem to expect that the person who came was Noah, so they were a little surprised. Noah found that the two witches were completely different from before. At this moment, Yoli wasn't wearing her usual witch costume, and Huina wasn't wearing her usual uniform either. Instead, she was wearing a white shirt and trousers, as well as a thin coat with pine and crane patterns. It was a costume called chahaya. Under normal circumstances, this was a formal dress that could only be worn during ceremonies, dances, or weddings. Moreover, it was a dress that could only be worn by the witches who worked in the same profession. The part-time witches who were temporarily recruited were not allowed to wear it. Dressed in such a sacred atmosphere, Yoli and Huina also wore gorgeous crowns and hairpins on their heads, and their waist-length hair was extremely soft and smooth on their slender backs. They were dressed very solemnly and conspicuously. That rare, solemn, and gorgeous costume, coupled with the outstanding appearance of the two girls, was simply like a goddess descending to the earth, very beautiful. Looking at the solemn and gorgeous appearance of the two girls, Noah smiled slightly. "It seems that you are all ready." It said to be ready, but Huina and Yuli just changed into formal clothes. Huina, as usual, showed a smile without any scheming. Later, Xin will send someone to pick up Huina and Yoli and go to the place where the ceremony will be held. So, we are preparing to say goodbye to Mr. Noah. Yoli was like a gentle woman, smiling reservedly. "I didn't expect Mr. Noah to come here first." "Is that so?" Noah smiled bitterly, then immediately looked at Yoli and Huina. "Actually, I'm also here to apologize to you." Noah's words made Yoli and Huina stunned at the same time. "Apologize?" Huina said strangely. "Why is the king apologizing?" Although Yoli didn't say anything, she also had a confused look. Obviously, she didn't understand why Noah suddenly apologized. Looking at the pretty faces of the two Yuan witches, Noah scratched his cheek. "You originally had your own peaceful lives, but that kind of life was ruthlessly broken after I came to this country. I'm really very sorry." Hearing Noah's words, Yoli and Huina suddenly looked at each other. However, that was Noah's heartfelt words. Noah really felt sorry for these two girls, especially Yoli. This girl had been nothing more than a witch guarding a small shrine. Although her spirit vision ability was quite outstanding, her other aspects were only average. Such a girl, let alone being sent to solve a world-class crisis, even some dangerous missions were not fated with her. However, after Yoli rescued Noah from the woods, this girl's peaceful life was completely broken, and she even encountered crises repeatedly. How could Noah not apologize properly? Chapter 1489. In fact, the time that Noah and Yoli had known each other was pathetically short. After all, Noah's adaptation time in this world was only 7 days. In other words, it had only been 7 days since Noah had returned to this world. Naturally, Noah and Yoli had only known each other for 7 days. However, a lot of things had happened in these 7 days. First, the God Slayer had come to this country. Then, the great sage equaling heaven, who had been imprisoned by the elders of the secluded world, had escaped. Later, Luo Hao, Athena, Yerek, Ganivia, Lancelot, and other supernatural beings beyond the reach of human beings had appeared one after another in this island country, causing great chaos one after another. Now, even the last king, who had only appeared in the apocalypse but would also bring about the end of the world, had ushered in the awakening, causing a disaster to the world that could not be ignored. 7 days ago, she was only guarding a small shrine, and this was too much for her to bear. 7 days ago, she had only been guarding a small shrine. Noah even remembered that 7 days ago, when he had just gotten to know Yoli, this young girl's attitude towards him was filled with reverence and extreme fear. Later, Noah learned from Cantori that in the past, because of Warband, Yuli had a very unpleasant experience, which led to an excessive fear of the God Slayer. However, even so, despite knowing that Noah was a God Slayer and was seriously injured, Yuli still didn't choose to sit back and do nothing. Instead, he rescued Noah. Undoubtedly, she was so afraid of the God Slayer and undoubtedly worried that the Demon King would harm this country. Yuli did not leave Noah to fend for himself and brought Noah home. There was no doubt that this was a very kind girl. It was because of this that Noah had made an agreement with Yuli. As long as Yuli listened to him obediently, he would also listen to her obediently. Then, he would allow the official History Compilation Committee to arrange an attendant for him. On the surface, it was to be responsible for guarding, but in fact, it was to monitor. Unfortunately, Life was unpredictable. When he was in Hidden World, because he didn't have to worry about causing any harm to the human world, Noah directly vented his dissatisfaction to Susanu and the other elders of Hidden World, directly fighting them. As a result, this fight gave rise to a series of butterfly effects. First, Great Sage equaling Heaven's curse was split by Noah's sword. Furthermore, because the Great Sage equaling Heaven had escaped, Ganivia had also been lured over. If Ganivia had not been lured here, then the whereabouts of the last king would not have been discovered. If his whereabouts were not discovered, then the last king would not have been awakened and brought about a world-class crisis. What's more, in addition to the matter of the last king, Noah and Athena's ill-fated relationship has more or less affected the island. If that's the case, the reason for the current situation can be attributed to me. Noah looked at you, Lee, with mixed feelings. Undoubtedly, I made an agreement with you, but it still caused such a big mess. I have repeatedly put you in danger. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Noah looked at Huina and said sincerely, "Thank you. And you, Huina, I also have to apologize to you. Not only did I disrupt your cultivation, but I also brought you a lot of trouble. I can only apologize to you. Please forgive me." Yu Li and Huina, who were originally looking at each other, gradually fell silent. After a while, Yu Li suddenly spoke. "Indeed, Mr. Noah has caused so many disputes and disturbances. I have a lot to say to you." With such a sentence, Yu Li changed the topic and looked at Noah with a gentle expression. "However, although the time we spent together is very short, I have already understood what kind of person Mr. Noah is." "Is that so?" Noah couldn't help but laugh. "Then in your eyes, what kind of person am I?" "To put it simply, you are a person who will be very rational when it's time to be rational, but also very impulsive when it's time to be impulsive. You will help those who are helpless, but you will also cause trouble for others, making people grateful and angry at the same time." Yuli said so in a gentle tone. "So, for such a Mr. Noah, I do have a lot to say to you, but I don't have time now." Hearing Yuli's words, Noah couldn't help but be startled, and then he immediately understood what Yuli meant. "Mr. Noah, please defeat the last king, save this world, save my country, and then return to me in one piece." Yuli's gaze went straight to Noah, and a pair of eyes flashed with waves of emotions. "At that time, I will tell you everything I want to say. There is only one meaning in Yuli's words. Don't die." This was the feeling that Yuli wanted to express. "Me too, Your Majesty," Huina hurriedly said, with the usual innocent smile on her face. To be honest, Huina doesn't know why Your Majesty is apologizing. Huina doesn't think that Your Majesty did anything wrong. Your Majesty asked Huina to come out of the mountains and be Your Majesty's follower. Huina is actually very happy because she doesn't feel bored at all by Your Majesty's side. Huina likes the feeling of being by Your Majesty's side. After saying that, Huina smiled shyly. So, Huina also hopes that Your Majesty won't lose to the last king and come back alive. Then, this time, Huina hopes to be Your Majesty's true follower, not a temporary guard. The words from the heart made Noah stare blankly at the pretty faces of the two Yuan witches. After a while, he finally relaxed and smiled helplessly. "Since you all said so, it seems that I really can't lose." With a helpless smile, Noah extended his hand to Yu Li and Huina. "Then, I promise you that I will definitely come back victorious. At that time, please give me a lot of advice." Seeing Noah extend his hand to the two of them, Yu Li and Huina both smiled shyly, but without hesitation, they also extended their hand and placed it on the back of Noah's hand. "You must abide by the agreement this time," Yu Li said with extreme sincerity. "If, this time, Mr. Noah doesn't keep his promise with me, then I will definitely not forgive you." "Huina is the same," Huina said straightforwardly. "Your Majesty, when you come back, take Huina to various places to play." Noah nodded heavily and looked at the two Yuan witches with a smile. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and overlapped the hands of Noah, Yu Li, and Huina. "Since you plan to bring your entourage along, there's no reason for you not to bring me, Erica Browntree, right?" Erica, who had appeared out of nowhere, turned around and looked at Noah with a confident smile that was as gorgeous as her signature smile. This is the first time I've taken the initiative to respond positively to a man's invitation for a date. You should be honored, Your Majesty. As soon as Erica said that, another hand suddenly reached out from the side and overlapped the hands of the group. It's unforgivable for a knight to not be able to go to the battlefield with Your Majesty. Liliana, who also appeared out of nowhere, looked straight at Noah and said in an unquestionable tone, "But this time, it's a special situation and there's no other choice. Next time, no matter where you go, Liliana Kranikar will go with you. Please don't forget about me, your knight, Your Majesty." Noah stared in astonishment at Erica and Liliana, who appeared out of nowhere. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when he understood what was going on. Yes, that's right. Erica Browntree and Liliana Kranjkar were his knights. He didn't need to speak much with his knights. Just like in the past, everything was in silence. They trusted each other, worked hard, and waited for the delayed reunion. That was enough. At this thought, Noah swept his gaze across the faces of Erica, Yuli, Liliana, and Huina. He exchanged gazes with the four young ladies and nodded firmly. The sun gradually rose in the warm atmosphere and illuminated the land. Chapter 1490. Following the rise of the sun, the warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky, illuminating the entire earth. It was now autumn. Until yesterday, the weather was still somewhat cool. Therefore, the warm sunlight in the morning undoubtedly brought a comfortable feeling and warmed one's body and mind. However, this situation did not occur today. He didn't know if there was a mistake somewhere. Undoubtedly, yesterday's temperature was still quite low, bringing a cool feeling. Today, the temperature was unusually high. In terms of temperature, yesterday was only 11 or 12 degrees Celsius, but today, the temperature was at least 34 or 35 degrees Celsius. Under such circumstances, in a desolate suburb, two figures were exposed to the sun's merciless heat, standing against the wind, as if waiting for something. Those two figures were Noah and Yerek. Two young men of about the same age stood under the sun. They didn't care about the sunlight at all. Their eyes were closed, and they didn't say a single word. It wasn't until a certain moment that their eyelids trembled slightly, and they slowly opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes, both Noah and Yerek saw it. In front of them, a few figures were slowly walking towards them with clear footsteps. If those figures were walking on the street, they would definitely attract everyone's attention in an instant, right? There was no other reason, no matter how one looked at it. The three of them were too conspicuous. One was wearing a full body armor that covered his entire body. One was wrapped in white bandages all over his body and wore a mask. The remaining one looked relatively normal, but on his back was an indescribable sword that exuded an indescribable aura. His presence was even stronger than the other two. These three people stepped on the ground, and amidst the sound of unhurried footsteps, they walked to a place not far from Noah and Yerek and stopped. Whoosh! A gust of hot wind suddenly blew past, stirring up a gust of wind and sand. Noah looked at the warrior with a long sword on his back, his eyes flashing slightly. He didn't need to look to know that Yerek was also looking at the hero with a long sword on his back. Although the knight in full armor and the strange man in the mask had an aura that couldn't be ignored, they paled in comparison to the hero with a sword on his back. The aura emanating from the hero with the long sword on his back gave people the illusion that he was abnormally tall and big. Feeling that kind of aura, Noah no longer had the spare energy to pay attention to Lancelot and the masked wind god, let alone Yerek. Therefore, Yerek chose to remain silent, sizing up the hero with his gaze. Lancelot and the masked wind god, who were following the hero, remained silent as well, giving the right to speak to their master. Because of this, Noah and the hero's eyes met. Unexpectedly, the first to speak was the hero. "To be honest, I'm very surprised," the hero said to Noah in a voice that made people feel comfortable. "Although I've met many god slayers and fought many life and death battles with them, This is the first time I've received a letter of challenge. Yes, a letter of challenge. Noah had asked Erica, Yuri, Liliana, and Huina to deliver a letter of challenge to the hero who had annihilated the Demon King. The form of the letter of challenge was unusually simple. It only stated the time and place of the battle. Because Noah had issued a letter of challenge to the hero, he had stayed outside the city obediently and waited for the battle to begin. I'm also very surprised. Noah glanced at the hero. I didn't expect you to accept my letter of challenge. I thought you would ignore everything around you and wave your divine sword at me like you did on the invisible island. Hearing this, the hero revealed a tired and bitter smile. He lowered his head and apologized to Noah. At that time, I had just woken up, but I wasn't happy about it. Instead, I was in a bad mood, so I acted rudely. Please forgive me. Seeing that the hero had lowered his head and apologized sincerely, not only Noah, but even Yarek was stunned. Noah looked at the hero and said with some uncertainty, "Are you really the god of disobedience?" If someone who didn't know the truth heard Noah's words, they would definitely think that he was asking the obvious. After all, the only gods who could wander freely on earth were the gods of disobedience who had deviated from myths. However, Yarek felt that Noah's question was reasonable. This was because the hero in front of him really didn't fit the image of the god of disobedience. Because the god of disobedience had deviated from the myths and appeared on earth without permission, he would be devoured by the madness and become violent. Regardless of whether it was Velislana, who was known as the protector of the people, or Athena, who was the goddess of wisdom, there were no exceptions. However, the hero's words and actions didn't have any arrogance. Instead, he gave people a feeling of gentleness and seriousness, making people want to love and respect him. This feeling really didn't fit the temperament of the god of disobedience. The hero seemed to understand why Noah had such a question and couldn't help but shake his head. It's not strange that you would have such a question, but I am indeed a god of disobedience. Only by becoming a god of disobedience can a god freely wander on earth. This is a law that even the gods can't defy, and I am no exception. Then why do you look so rational? Yarek couldn't help but ask. Until now, none of the gods of disobedience we've met have been as rational and steady as you. Hearing Yarek's words, the hero's expression became a little sad as he said this. Because there is someone who has taken my place and endured all the distortions of the god of disobedience. As the hero spoke, a black shadow slowly appeared behind him. Like smoke, it kept twisting and turning. That is, Yarek narrowed his eyes. A god of disobedience. You guessed right. The hero smiled tiredly. This is a family member who has deep feelings for me. My brother who appeared as my god of disobedience took my place and endured all the distortions and arrogance of being a god of disobedience. Therefore, my essence hasn't been changed at all. It was because of this that the hero wasn't like the other gods of disobedience, who had a rather crazy side. It was also because of this that the hero didn't have the battle instinct of the steel hero. Instead, he was tired of the constantly repeating fate of war. Even if the 7 God-Slayers were born, he didn't want to wake up. This unexpected fact made Noah a little speechless. Even Yarek furrowed his brows tightly as he spoke. Since your essence hasn't been distorted, then we shouldn't have a reason to fight, right? No. The hero shook his head. Unfortunately, we have to fight. Why? Noah asked bluntly. Because you have a mission to destroy the Demon King? But I don't think you're very keen on this mission. You have a good eye. The hero looked even more tired. If possible, I also don't want to engage in meaningless battles. For this, I spent almost 1,000 years avoiding the mission to destroy the Demon King and didn't want to wake up. In the end, I was reawakened. As he finished speaking, the hero looked straight at Noah. Since I've woken up, I have to carry out the mission to destroy the Demon King. Otherwise, I won't be able to fall into a deep sleep again. If I can't fall into a deep sleep and continue to stay on the ground, I'm sure you two already know what will happen. Noah and Yarek fell silent. If I continue to stay on the ground, when the time comes, the ocean and the land will change. Even the volcanoes will erupt, and the sky will collapse. When the fire and wind spirit of this world reach the limit, this world will change and usher in an apocalypse. The hero sighed. If I want to change this situation, the only way is to fight. Either I destroy all the demon kings on the ground, or I am defeated by the demon king. There is no other way. As he finished speaking, the hero raised his head and said with a sorrowful and determined expression, "No matter what the result is, I have to fight. So, this is the reason why I have to fight." Chapter 1491. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely heavy. Since ancient times, the gods and the god-slayers were natural enemies. No matter what the situation was, both sides would be drawn by fate and meet each other. God-slayers were natural warriors. Disobedient gods viewed god-slayers as enemies. Once the two sides met, it would cause all kinds of disputes. This was something that had never changed. However, the battle between gods and god-slayers was basically a result of their own will. Yarek had never encountered a god of disobedience like the hero, who didn't want to fight at all but had no choice but to annihilate the enemy with a tired mentality. This way, even the Black Prince, who was known to be good at scheming, did not know how to react to this. Only Noah, after a moment of silence, looked at the hero with a somewhat pitiful gaze. "You are really pitiful." As soon as he said this, an indescribable murderous aura exploded in the room. The masked wind god, who had been quietly following the hero all this time, now exuded an astonishing murderous aura, which shrouded Noah's body. Although there was no way to see the masked wind god's face, everyone present could imagine it. The expression under the wind god's mask was definitely uncontrollable anger. It was the extreme anger that came from feeling that the king he followed was being insulted. This anger turned into a murderous aura that locked onto Noah's aura. Obviously, the masked wind god was very loyal to the hero. On the other hand, Lancelot, who was also a subordinate of the hero, was silent and did not do anything. However, the masked wind god's murderous aura was so strong that it caused the air to become slightly chaotic. Yarek's body instantly tensed up. Noah did not even look at the masked wind god. He only looked at the hero, who had a tired expression on his face, and said flatly, "But I don't think you want me to pity you, right?" "Of course." The hero smiled helplessly. "No matter what, we are both people who will have to pay the price of our lives in this duel. I have my reasons for fighting, and you have yours. If you show mercy to me because of my reasons, it will only increase my sins. But, as you said, I also have my reasons for fighting." Noah looked directly at the hero. "So, I won't show you mercy. That's for the best." The hero seemed to be relieved, and his expression relaxed. "But, as you can see, we have 3 people on our side and only 2 on your side. We are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Noah was about to say something when a light and beautiful voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Since the enemy has prepared enough battle strength, then we will fight back with a battle strength that is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than theirs." When this dignified and extremely light and beautiful voice sounded in the room, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Flower petals were mixed in the wind, and a thin veil that looked like a fairy's feather robe was swept up. A slender and beautiful figure slowly appeared from the thin veil, like a fairy's feather robe. As if dancing, she spun her body and slowly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knows that Luo, Suilian's fists and palms, can kill an army of 1,000,000. She alone could defeat 10 million enemies. If you can obtain Luo Suilian, you will gain 100 or 1,000 times more combat power. Husband, let this concubine lend you a hand. The newcomer was Luo Hao. You? Noah could not help but be stunned. Why are you here? Today, I've been feeling uneasy on Mount Lu. Because of this, I made a divination and learned that husband has encountered a powerful enemy. Luo Hao took light steps and came to Noah's side. It was as if Noah was the only one in her eyes. She smiled sweetly. Although it is not appropriate for a woman to show her face in public, if you think about it carefully, other than being husband's concubine, Luo Tulian is also a valiant and skilled warrior. How could I not help my husband resolve his troubles? The one who reacted to this was not Noah, but the hero. Your Excellency must be one of the current godslayers? The hero looked at Noah and Luo Hao in surprise. So, there's actually a king among the godslayers of the present day? You must be the hero who annihilated the demon king? I can sense an extraordinary aura from you. Luo Hao turned her gaze to the hero. However, your question is foolish. Hero, although I, Luo Tulian, am an unparalleled ruler in the world, my husband is a king among kings who can easily subdue the world. I was once defeated by him, yet he took me in as his concubine. Is there something strange about that? Hearing this, Noah really wanted to tell Luo Hao that this was a very strange thing. Why did she have to be taken as his concubine after being defeated by him? Presumably, these were the words that everyone wanted to say, including Noah. However, the hero nodded his head with a relieved expression. I see that it is my negligence. Because I have been fighting for so long, I have never seen a godslayer in a relationship. Please forgive me for making a fuss over nothing. The ignorant are not guilty. I forgive you. Luo Hao accepted the hero's apology as if it was a matter of course. However, no matter how many reasons you have for offending my husband, you cannot be forgiven. Hero, if you are not prepared to be cut into pieces by Luo Tulian, I will absolutely not allow you to point your sword at my husband. The hero smiled when he heard Luo Hao's declaration. It was a hearty smile that was not sad or tired. It was a smile that matched a hero. Just as you said, Your Excellency Luo Tulian, I have already prepared myself for that. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful curse power surged from the hero's body and vibrated outwards. The terrifying power of the curse caused the entire world to tremble, as if it was trembling. Both Yerek and Luo Hao's expressions turned grave when they sensed that unparalleled and terrifying curse power. Noah, on the other hand, raised his head and stared at the hero. No, more accurately, he was staring at the sword on the hero's back. Under Noah's gaze, the hero reached out his hand and slowly drew the sword from the scabbard on his back. Clang! An extremely dazzling white gold radiance flickered from the slowly unsheathed sword, illuminating the surroundings. The hero raised the dazzling divine saber high in the air and chanted loudly, Divine saber of salvation, reveal your true face to the world. The dazzling divine saber of salvation suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a mysterious and complicated square magic array suddenly flashed above the divine blade and soared into the sky, rising into the air. During this process, the profound and complicated square magic array rotated as it gradually expanded. By the time it was in the air and seemed to be embedded in the horizon, the square magic array had expanded to about 10 meters on each side. Noah, Luo Hao, and Yerek all raised their heads and looked at the square magic array. They saw that the 10-meter-long square magic array was divided into many small grids. There were weapons and armors in the grids. There were sabers, swords, bows, spears, axes, shields, rods, sabers, spears, cannonballs, rings, blocks that looked like red bricks, and so on. There were probably hundreds of weapons branded in the square magic array's grids, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. That scene reminded Noah of something. Manchala. It was a Japanese magic array with thousands of statues of gods and Buddhas drawn in a geometrical pattern. The Manchala in front of them replaced the sky full of statues of gods and Buddhas with all kinds of weapons. Moreover, those weapons were not ordinary weapons. Noah knew the origins of those weapons better than anyone else. They were god relics that were famous in all kinds of myths and legends. That was right. They were god relics. At that moment, the hero displayed a treasure vault with thousands of god relics, just like the Gate of Babylon. Chapter 1492. Wiz. The gigantic Manchala formation hovered in midair. The weapons in it vibrated one after another, as if they were wild beasts that had just been released from their cages and were ready to attack. Each of the weapons was waiting for the hero's order. As soon as the hero gave the order, the weapons that were famous in all kinds of myths would rain down like a storm, bombarding the ground below indiscriminately. Without a doubt, Luo, Hao, and Yerek were shocked by such an unexpected method. Thus, the hero explained out of goodwill. In the past, I was given the mission to kill the demon kings by the gods. I've come to the human world as the gods' representative. The hero pointed at the Manchala formation in the sky. In order to help me kill the enemy who killed the gods, not only did the gods in the heavens establish an ancient covenant for me to use, but they also gave me countless weapons to help me complete the mission of killing the demon kings. The Savior Divine Sword is what these weapons look like. Therefore, this is the true form of the Savior Divine Sword. As soon as the hero finished speaking, the Manchala formation in mid-air expanded again. In just an instant, the Manchala formation that was only 10 meters long expanded to 6 to 7 kilometers long. The number of grids in the formation increased one after another, and god relics appeared in each of the grids. The ancient covenant that can increase my strength according to the number of demon kings that I have killed and the countless god relics that the gods in the heavens have given me are my trump cards to kill all the demon kings on the earth. Following the hero's loud declaration, the Manchala formation in the sky exploded with lightning all of a sudden. Bang! Amidst the thunderous noise, the god relics in the Manchala formation were covered by countless lightning bolts one after another. They turned into a rain of lightning and fell on the ground from all directions. The sky was already filled with thunderbolts and torrential rain that blotted out the sky. Everything in sight was covered by the god relics that had turned into lightning bolts one after another. Luo, Hao, and Yerek's expressions hardened slightly, and their bodies surged with curse power. Just as the two god slayers were about to unleash their authority, Noah, who was the only one watching calmly as the god relics containing immense god power descended from the sky, finally looked at the hero. So that's how it is, Noah said as if he had understood something. Only with the ancient covenant that can elevate one's divine power and the countless god relics given by the gods can a hero kill all the demon kings since the beginning of time. However, it's a pity that your luck is very bad. Noah's eyes flashed with a glint. You have been raised by the ancient covenant to a level that surpasses that of ordinary gods and god slayers. You will be surpassed by me, an alien. The countless weapons that the gods of the celestial realm have bestowed upon you will also be surpassed by my collection. Not a single one will be left behind. After saying that, Noah raised a hand. Buzz! As the space vibrated, golden ripples that looked like water waves appeared one after another, filling the entire space behind Noah. Various relics such as sabers, swords, spears, and halberds appeared one after another, imprinting themselves into everyone's eyes. The various relics such as sabers, swords, spears, and halberds carried an ancient aura that was definitely on par with the god relics in the Manchala formation in the sky. Thus, at this moment, everyone understood. The weapons that appeared from the golden ripples that looked like water waves were also famous god relics that only existed in all sorts of myths. Wah! The hero finally had a change of expression. Impossible! Lancelot was shocked too. Even a masked wind god's body trembled slightly. Clearly, it was extremely shocked. Under such circumstances, sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all kinds of treasures emerged from the golden ripples and shot out. They turned into beams of light and soared into the sky to welcome the heavenly thunder of salvation that was descending like raindrops. Bang! The relics that had turned into beams collided with the god relics that had turned into lightning. Terrifying sparks were created as if there was an explosion. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the muffled explosions, the rain of relics and the lightning of god relics that were falling from the sky collided hard. Sparks were created from the impact and spread mid-air. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. Dong! At a certain moment, the sea of exploding flames that had expanded to its limit directly exploded, turning the waves of fire into a shock wave. Like a flaming storm, it shook in all directions and even surged downwards like an erupting volcano, shrouding the ground below. Everyone was shocked to see the fire waves that were gushing down mid-air like waves. If they were hit by the shock waves from the collision between relics and god relics, even if they were gods or god slayers, they would not be able to withstand it with their bodies. At that moment, Luo Hao immediately used divine feat. Yerek released the authority of lightning sparks. Lancelot instantly turned into a cloud of mist, and the masked wind god turned into a tornado, retreating rapidly. Only Noah and the hero did not retreat. Instead, they advanced. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I will have the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of hundreds of rivers, and the strength of thousands of giant dragons. The majestic me will have the ferocious power to slay dragons. Crimson flames rose from Noah's body and turned into scales that covered Noah's entire body. I will protect myself with the heavenly thunder and lightning. Please bless me with the heavenly thunder. Please bless me with lightning, so that I can turn into an immortal steel that can resist all evil in this world. Blue lightning flashed from the hero's body. It turned into lightning and covered the hero's entire body as well. With the crimson flames and blue lightning, the demon king and the hero charged into the raging fire waves at the same time. Whoosh! As the sound of air breaking echoed in unison, the raging wave of fire that the god slayers and disobedient gods had chosen to evade was torn apart like a piece of cloth by the crimson aura and the azure lightning. Then, the demon king and the hero who tore the fire waves apart clenched their fists tightly, while the other raised the divine sword in his hand. They charged at each other hard. Kaboom! An earth-shattering rumble was heard. An astonishing shock wave blasted out from the raging fire wave, dispersing the fire wave that was torn apart. Mixed with the shock wave surged in all directions. Among them, 2 figures covered in crimson flames and blue lightning were sent flying backward. They rubbed against the air and shot into the distance like cannonballs. However, the 2 figures that flew out quickly stabilized their bodies. Noah, who was covered in crimson flames, suddenly stopped in midair. He turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. The hero, who was covered in blue lightning, landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Noah, who was soaring into the sky, and stomped on the ground. Bang! As the ground exploded, the hero, who had crushed the ground with his foot, shot up into the sky like a rocket, chasing after Noah as he soared into the sky. The demon king and the hero both turned into streams of light and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye, like shooting stars chasing each other. Seeing this, Lancelot and the masked wind god, who had returned to their physical bodies from their mist and weathered forms, wanted to chase after them, but they were shot down. Luo Hao, who had used the divine celerity to flash in front of the masked wind god, looked at him coldly. Although I don't know where you're from, since you're the vassal of that brave warrior, you should know your place. A battle between kings is not something a servant like you can interfere in. Yerek, who had turned into a stream of lightning, also appeared in front of Lancelot and smiled. We've known each other for a long time. It's time to settle our grudges. Don't you think so? Lancelot and the masked wind god, who were about to chase after the hero, suddenly stopped. They looked up and met Luo Hao's and Yerek's eyes. An unprecedented battle was about to begin. Chapter 1493. Whoosh! Amidst the sharp sound of breaking air, the 2 meteors chased each other and rushed into the sky. They made a turn above the clouds and heavily collided with each other. Boom! Amidst the astonishing muffled sound, a circular shock wave spread out like an explosion. It was like a substantial storm ring, shaking the surroundings, causing the atmosphere and the space to become chaotic and let out a mournful wail. As the shock wave spread out in a ring shape, Noah and the hero's figures were finally revealed. As if pushed back by the shock wave, they quickly retreated backward. They were at an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. Therefore, there was no one here. Noah and the hero were both individuals with extremely powerful strength. However, the two of them had a similarity. That was, neither of them could fly if they were to rely on their own strength. Noah had incarnations such as storm and thunder, which allowed him to gain the ability to fly while he was using them. For example, he could control the wind to fly. For example, he could directly transform into thunder. However, Noah could not always use one incarnation. In that case, the advantage of being able to switch between incarnations for various situations would be gone. One had to know that the reason why Lana was able to become the god of victory was because of his ability to adapt to various situations. Noah naturally could not give up this advantage. Fortunately, Noah still wore a flying magic tool around his neck. At that moment, Noah whispered softly, "Fly." The wing-shaped necklace around Noah's neck suddenly bloomed with a faint light. In the next second, Noah's figure stopped in midair and floated up. Like Noah, the hero did not have the ability to fly. However, the hero also had the power to solve all kinds of trivial problems. Spirits that float between heaven and earth, please give me strength. The hero, known as the Last King, stretched out his right index and middle fingers and quickly drew a holy seal in the air. At this moment, bursts of light particles suddenly flashed out from the surrounding space. Like fireflies, they gathered in the direction of the hero and enveloped his entire body. Everything had a spirit. Those firefly-like light particles were all miscellaneous spirits in the world. They did not have the power to compare to the god of disobedience. They did not even have a personality or intelligence. They were just illusory spiritual energy. Now, the hero called upon the spirits between heaven and earth to let them float around him, supporting his body that could not fly. At this moment, a figure cut through the air and shot in front of the hero as fast as lightning. A hand clenched into a fist, mixed with crimson air scales, and heavily punched the hero's chest. The attack was so sudden that even the hero could not help but be slightly surprised. Then he reacted. His entire body flashed with electric sparks, jumping on the surface of the hero's body. However, right at that moment, the crimson flames that surged out of Noah's body suddenly changed direction and turned into countless bolts of lightning. I am the conqueror who can defeat 1,000 with 100, 10,000 with 1,000, and 10,000 with 10,000. Now, for me who is on the side of justice, please shine brightly and bestow me with divine power. Amidst the sacred words, Noah's entire body burst out with astonishing electric light. Just like a warrior, violent electric sparks leaped up from the surface of his body. Under such circumstances, the fist that was aimed at the hero's chest also contained violent lightning, entangling with the leaping electric sparks on the hero's body. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the fierce electric sparks, two types of blue lightning intertwined with each other, twisting together for a moment. The fist carrying the electric sparks did not stop at all. It directly passed through the layers of lightning and struck the hero's chest like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, Noah's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from the hero's chest. Even if the hero was the one who had annihilated the Demon King, it was impossible for him to defend himself at this moment. Because of that, the hero decided to completely ignore Noah's incoming punch. He suddenly raised the divine blade of salvation in his hand and ruthlessly chopped at Noah's neck. The hero was planning to exchange injury for injury. Noah could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. With the Leo's sovereign son in his body, Noah, who was invulnerable, should not be afraid of such a sharp blade attack. However, the hero's savior divine sword was no ordinary sharp blade. Not only was it the form of all the god relics that the heavenly gods had given to the hero, but it was also one with the hero. It was a divine sword that was like a clone of the hero. In other words, since the hero's body could release violent lightning, the Savior Divine Sword would definitely be able to release lightning-like electric sparks as well. In the end, even if he blocked the Savior Divine Sword's attack, the lightning that bloomed on it would definitely cause damage to Noah. In addition to that, the Divine Sword was the most powerful god relic that could even cut a star. It was still unknown if the Leo constellation's sovereignty over the sun could surpass it. No matter what, Noah's intuition told him that he could not block this divine sword with his invulnerable body. Without any hesitation, Noah suddenly stopped his attack. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of the hero. Slash! The divine saber that cut through space instantly cut the lightning that had suddenly appeared into two halves, causing a tearing sound to ring out. The lightning that was cut in half immediately gathered together and shot out, creating a distance between them and the hero. Seeing this, the hero who had annihilated the demon king chanted loudly, "Save your divine sword, the heavenly realm weapon that the heavenly gods have given you. Show your true power." A Manchala formation spun behind the hero's back. It expanded gradually and covered the hero's back. Inside, the god relics were covered in lightning bolts one after another. They turned into heavenly lightning that could save the world. They shot out like laser beams, covering the direction where the thunder god was retreating. The lightning that was shooting out stopped and turned into a human again in a flash. Buzz! Golden ripples that looked like water waves appeared and covered Noah's back as well. Subsequently, relics appeared one after another and shot out. They turned into beams of light and went straight for the god relic divine lightning that was attacking. Bang! 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 The treasures and god relics that were famous in various mythological systems collided like needles against an awl. They were like cannonballs that collided with each other. Sparks were set off amidst the muffled booms. Staring at the various relics that appeared from the golden ripples that looked like water waves that covered Noah's back, there was disbelief in the hero's eyes, even though he had seen it before. Why? The hero could not help but ask, "Why are you like me? Why do you have a weapon that only the gods of the heaven realm can have?" Noah said calmly as he looked at the hero, who had the Manchala formation hovering behind him. "It's simple. It's because you have the heavenly gods behind you. But I have the world itself." "The world itself?" The hero mumbled. "The world itself?" Obviously, even the heroes who were favored by the gods of the heaven realm and had annihilated countless demon kings since ancient times could not understand what Noah meant by his words. Noah could not help but laugh as he said that. If you can't understand it, then there's no need to. No matter what, there has to be a winner between us. It's either you die or I die. If that's the case, what's the point even if you understand the reason behind it? The hero was momentarily stunned. After a moment of silence, he nodded in an open-minded manner. "You're right. We don't need to understand each other in our battle. Instead, we need to fight each other. It's enough to know that." After that, Noah and hero exchanged gazes again, sparks flying from their gazes. The golden ripples that looked like water waves and the Manchala formation shone brightly. Chapter 1494. Just as Noah and the hero were engaged in the most intense battle in the world above the clouds, there were also two battlefields on the ground. One was the battlefield where Luo-Hao and the masked wind god were. The other was the battlefield where Yerek and Lancelot were. After Noah and the hero flew into the sky, Luo-Hao, Yerek, Lancelot, and the masked wind god each found their own opponents and began to fight. Whoosh! The wind howled above the ground as if it had turned into a tornado, encircling the entire battlefield. It was not a wind generated by nature, but a wind generated by the masked wind god's power. In the center of the huge tornado that surrounded the entire battlefield, Luo-Hao and the masked wind god stood facing each other with a distance between them. Luo-Hao looked at the wind god, who was covered in bandages and wearing a mask on his face, and said coldly, "Unknown wind god, tell me your name." Hearing that, the masked wind god's body surged with a huge amount of cursed power, but he did not say a word and completely ignored Luo-Hao's question. This caused Luo-Hao's brows to furrow tightly as she cried out in a delicate voice, "You should be a famous hero, or else you wouldn't follow the hero with the title of the last king and not even have the courage to tell me your name." The masked wind god raised his face slightly and faced Luo Hao with his masked face, still not saying a word. If it were any other time, whoever dared to ignore Luo Hao like this would definitely be torn to pieces by the unparalleled Wulin Alliance Master. However, in the battle, Luo Hao was a famous wuxia hero, so she immediately understood something. I see. Can't reveal your real name? In the world of Type Moon, the heroic spirits who descended in the form of servants would try their best to hide their real names in the Holy Grail War. This was because the heroic spirits were very famous heroes in all kinds of myths and legends, and each of them had their own stories. In these stories, the heroes' lives were described, and naturally, the abilities and weaknesses of the heroic spirits were included as well. Under such circumstances, if one revealed their real name without permission, others would find the weaknesses of the heroic spirits themselves from the myths and legends and restrain them. This situation was also applicable to this world. Some gods of disobedience would openly announce their names, just to be worthy of themselves. However, some disobedient gods would also hide their true names to prevent others from finding their weaknesses. Since the masked wind god had concealed his real name, appearance, and even his voice, and was unwilling to speak, he must be a famous god. Once his real name was exposed, it was very likely that his weakness would be exposed. No, it's not just a weakness. Luo Hao shook his head and looked directly at the masked wind god. Since you're the vassal of a hero, doesn't that mean that the hero's true appearance will also be exposed once your true name is exposed? These words had just sounded when the masked wind god suddenly lifted his head. The masked wind god stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Luo Hao. He clenched his hands into fists and punched towards Luo Hao without any fancy moves. Oomph. In the face of a sudden attack from the masked wind god, Luo Hao snorted coldly. He neither advanced nor retreated. Similarly, he took a step forward. His right palm shot out at lightning speed, and his palm suddenly clapped. Bang! In the midst of a muffled sound that made people's hearts constrict, Luo Hao's seemingly weak palm actually slapped the masked wind god's fist away. Then, Luo Hao raised his other hand and struck a hard palm in the direction of the masked wind god. In this palm, Luo Hao used the power of the mighty Vajra divine skill and the unique skill of the 12 flying phoenix divine palms, combining the pinnacle of strength and skill, and struck out heavily. The palm, which was strong enough to split mountains and split rocks, caused the air to be compressed and burst, making a heavy sonic boom sound. It was extremely terrifying. The masked wind god did not seem to want to take such a palm head-on. His body suddenly moved, and he dodged Luo Hao's palm strike. Dong! The palm strike that landed in the air shook the atmosphere, causing the atmosphere to roar. The masked wind god, on the other hand, clenched his fists and put on an offensive posture. Facing Luo Hao's face, he threw out heavy fist shadows, smashing them like a storm. The fist shadows that filled the sky seemed to be chaotic, but in fact, they were faintly bombarding the weak points of Luo Hao's body. The method was quite clever. However, as the king of wuxia who was the best in the world in martial arts, Luo Hao easily saw through the mystery and made this female hero who was not inferior to men make a loud declaration. Are you also a person who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts? As he spoke, Luo Hao raised both of his palms and quickly took up the stance of the 12 flying phoenix divine palms. He brandished both of his palms, and the wind from his palms, which carried extreme strength, seemed to form an invisible cyclone, scattering all the gravel on the ground. Bang! In the next moment, the fierce palm wind and the heavy fist shadow suddenly collided, causing the ripples of strength to violently fluctuate. Immediately, Luo Hao and the masked wind god raised their palms and fists at the same time, and with a dazzling speed, they quickly blasted out. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the fierce palm strike and the heavy fist collided again and again, stirring up a low muffled sound that rang out incessantly. In the center of the tornado, the two figures intertwined with each other. Every palm strike, every punch was almost a head-on collision, causing the vigorous chi to shake continuously. Luo Hao's 12 Flying Phoenix Divine Palms was indeed the pinnacle of martial arts. Although the palm strike seemed simple and there was nothing mysterious about it, the entire space was included in the attack range, making it impossible for people to escape. The masked wind god's entire body seemed to be in contact with Luo Hao. This was because the moment he approached Luo Hao, the masked wind god seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. Fists, elbows, fingers, legs, and even any part of the body at this moment erupted with incomparably powerful strength. Under such circumstances, the confrontation between Luo Hao and the masked wind god became extremely fierce. The fists and palms of both sides were like a torrential rain that vented on the enemy's body, causing the Han Chinese clothes on Luo Hao's body and the bandages on the masked wind god's body to be shaken until there were holes in them. Boom! At a certain moment, following a fierce collision, Luo Hao and the masked wind god both took a few steps back amidst the thump-thump-thump sounds. The first person to stabilize his body was the masked wind god. He stomped his foot on the ground and forcibly stabilized his body. The masked wind god suddenly raised a fist, which surged with a strong fluctuation of curse power. At this moment, even Luo Hao could clearly feel it. The masked wind god seemed to have used all the curse power in his body, condensing a force stronger than before. Immediately, the masked wind god rushed out quickly. That speed made the masked wind god's figure directly turn into a light shadow, like a mirage, rushing violently toward Luo Hao. No, that was not just fast speed. That was the power that Noah and Yerek both had seraphic speed. At this moment, the masked wind god suddenly released the power of seraphic speed and launched an attack. If it was an ordinary person, even a god slayer, faced with a sudden attack of seraphic speed, they might not be able to react in time. Unfortunately, Luo Hao did not. This was because this unparalleled wuxia king had already mastered the mind's consummate skill that could even see through seraphic speed. The general will die soon. The soldiers will destroy his barracks. Blood will flow in the wilderness. Bones will be left in the border court, leaving only traces of the horse, leaving only the name on paper in the light ballad. Luo Hao's words turned into a violent, demonic wind, which shook from his body. Boom! A powerful storm broke out in the field, directly hitting the masked wind god's body, sending him flying out violently. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell heavily to the ground. Not only did the attack send the masked wind god flying, it also tore apart the bandages on his body. As a result, the masked wind god's body was exposed to Luo Hao's eyes. Looking at the masked wind god's body that was hidden under the bandages, Luo Hao's eyes suddenly focused. Chapter 1495. Luo Hao silently stared at the body of the masked god of wind, who had fallen to the ground. At this time, the bandages wrapped around his body broke apart inch by inch, completely exposing the body hidden inside to Luo Hao's eyes. However, what was exposed was not the skin that a human should have, but a white fur. It did not look messy at all. Instead, it was quite soft, but very dense white fur. Isn't it a human body? In Luo Hao's whisper, the masked god of wind jumped up very flexibly and stood up again. Looking at the broken bandages and exposed fur on his body, the masked god of wind was silent for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke for the first time since he appeared. It seems that there is no need to hide. With such a sentence, the masked god of wind directly tore the broken bandages on his body and took off his mask. The face under the mask, of course, was not a human face. It was an ape's face with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. Excellency Ape, with white body hair and a height of about 180 centimeters, appeared in Luo Hao's eyes. He was somewhat similar to the great sage, Heaven's equal, and was wrapped in a red waistband. However, unlike the naughty and competitive expression of the great sage, Excellency Ape's expression was very mature, and even faintly had a feeling of being very intellectual and very wise. Excellency Ape with white body hair. Luo Hao's eyes flickered, and he seemed to finally understand something. In all kinds of myths, there were many Excellency Ape with white body hair. However, the medium used by the brave man who followed Excellency Ape to receive the weapons given by the gods of heaven was Manchala. As mentioned before, Manchala was a Japanese magic array with thousands of gods and Buddhas painted in geometric figures. Tracing back to its origin, the origin of the Manchala square could be traced back to India, which was a doctrine advocated by the Hindu religion. In other words, the brave man who used the Manchala square to receive the weapons given by the gods of heaven was most likely a god in Indian mythology. In Indian mythology, when it came to Excellency Ape, who had white body hair and could manipulate the wind, there was only one god that came to mind. Although Luo Hao was extremely lacking in self-awareness, he was not a fool. Having lived for over 200 years, although Luo Hao couldn't be said to know all sorts of mythological systems like the back of his hand, he could still be said to be very knowledgeable. Thinking that the Excellency Ape in front of him was very likely to be the famous divine monkey in Indian mythology, and the hero he followed was the god who annihilated the demon king, Luo Hao was surprised. I see. Is that the hero's true identity? Have you guessed the real name of my master? The white Excellency Ape slowly clenched his fist and stared at Luo Hao. There's no other way. I can't let you leave this place. Excellency Ape's body burst into a violent whirlwind. Although it is my master's duty to annihilate the Demon King, as a subordinate, it shouldn't be too much for me to carry it out on your behalf, right? Do you want to keep me here? Luo Hao smiled, but there was no trace of smile in her eyes. You are indeed a famous hero, but if you want to keep Luo Tsuolian, there should be a limit to your arrogance. Well, the master you follow will be defeated by my husband. In that case, as my husband's concubine, I can eliminate these useless soldiers and crab generals, so as not to ruin my husband's reputation. After that, Luo Hao's feather-like robe began to shake, and a magic storm also swelled from her body and swept away in an instant. In the face of me, the god of wind, you actually used the wind to fight back? Excellency Ape said sarcastically. What a fool. How dare a mere beast question Luo Tsuolian's ability? Luo Hao's body surged with amazing curse power. Very well. Let me engrave the power of the unparalleled king of Wuxia deeply into your soul, and repent when you go to hell. The extremely violent whirlwinds surged wildly from Luo Hao and Excellency Ape, cutting the ground, disturbing the atmosphere, and bringing out a harsh whistling sound that resounded throughout the world. Then, the two raging storms, which were enough to tear the earth apart, hit each other like violent tsunamis. The outcome would be decided in a few seconds. When Luo Hao and the white Excellency Ape were fighting fiercely, on the other side, Yarek was in a rather embarrassing situation. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the entire ground burst open, setting off thick sand and dust and stirring up a powerful impact force. It carried pieces of gravel and shook in all directions. Yarek, whose whole body was covered with electric sparks, was like being slapped by a huge wave. He rolled out of the thick sandstorm in a very embarrassing way. After rolling on the ground several times, he stabilized his body. Chi! At this time, in the thick sand in front of him, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. With a sharp sound, it appeared in front of Yarek in an instant. It was none other than the knight on the white horse, Lancelot. Lancelot, who was riding on his beloved horse, raised the scale-shaped spear in his hand. With a shake of his arm, the spear violently stabbed at Yarek. Looking at the momentum, if Yarek was stabbed, even if he was lucky, he would be reduced to the same situation as yesterday, with a big bloody hole in his body. Looking at the rapidly enlarging spear tip, Yarek released the power of lightning and fire, and let the electric sparks soar on his body. His body turned into a flash of lightning and trembled strangely. Puff! With a tearing sound, the spear fiercely pierced Yarek's chest. However, Lancelot's body suddenly stagnated. This was because not only did the spear not pierce through Yarek's body, but blood also didn't spurt out as expected. Instead, the spear directly pierced through Yarek's back, as if it had pierced through air. Only then did Lancelot realize that something was wrong. After image, as soon as his voice fell, the figure of Yarek, whose chest was pierced, distorted and disappeared. After releasing the power of lightning and speed, Yarek could even create afterimages. In this regard, Lancelot only exclaimed, then suddenly raised the spear in his hand and swung it. The end of the spear was like a windmill, fiercely smashing into the space beside Lancelot. Bang! The spear body, which contained a powerful force, heavily smashed with a muffled sound. A figure appeared beside Lancelot without any warning, and was directly sent flying by the spear that smashed towards him. Ugh! Yarek could not help but let out a muffled groan. With electric sparks all over his body, he finally stabilized his body and landed on the ground with difficulty. As soon as he landed on the ground, Yarek immediately knelt on one knee, covered his chest, coughed a few times, and muttered somewhat gloomily. Sure enough, for me who is good at using the power of lightning and speed, the knight who can see through the lightning and speed is my biggest nemesis. Although this was what he said, Yarek still stood up with difficulty. Lancelot, who was riding on the white horse, turned around and looked condescendingly at Yarek, who was struggling to stand up, and said in a seemingly happy tone, "Your speed is indeed quite outstanding, and you use it well. Unfortunately, if it's just speed, it won't be able to defeat me." "I think so too," Yarek said very calmly, as if he could not see his own embarrassing state. "Then I'll play a little trick." After saying this, Yarek's body burst out with extremely bright electric sparks, and his body trembled violently. Immediately, under Lancelot's surprised gaze, two figures that looked exactly the same as Yarek split from his body. "This is," Lancelot said with some surprise. Under such circumstances, Yarek, who was split into three, said in unison, "My power is not only to enter the world of lightning and speed. For example, I can turn myself into lightning, eliminate my aura, conceal my movements, and so on. I can even create doppelgangers, just like this." As soon as he finished speaking, the three identical Yareks all turned into lightning, split into three directions, and suddenly shot toward Lancelot's direction. Looking at the three lightning bolts shooting toward him, Lancelot frowned. Chapter 1496. Xiao. The sharp sound of something tearing through the air reverberated throughout the entire space. Under Lancelot's gaze, three bolts of lightning shot towards him at lightning speed. In just an instant, the three bolts of lightning abruptly arrived, filling Lancelot's entire field of vision with dazzling electric light. Under that kind of lightning speed, there was no point in competing in terms of speed. Therefore, Lancelot didn't even move his body, only allowing the pair of eyes under the helmet to stare unwaveringly at the three bolts of lightning that shot towards him. At some point, his pupils slightly contracted. Under the full effect of the mind's eye skill, Lancelot clearly saw it. Among the three bolts of lightning that shot towards him, one of them suddenly trembled slightly. The dazzling electric light on it also slightly weakened. The moment it weakened, the bolt of lightning transformed into a human, imprinting Yarek's grave and stern face into Lancelot's eyes. However, that didn't make Lancelot certain that it was Yarek's true body. Even so, Lancelot's heart didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. Immediately, Lancelot raised the long spear in his hand. On the long spear, a burst of electric light suddenly flickered. Lancelot was also a user of lightning. As an adventurer and an explorer, Yarek had an extremely thorough understanding of the so-called steel. Therefore, Yarek knew that controlling lightning was the symbol of the most original steel. Therefore, the hero, who was known as the strongest steel, could also control lightning, and could even transform the god relics bestowed by the gods of the heavens in a heavenly lightning that could save the world, carrying out an indiscriminate bombardment in all directions. Although Lancelot wasn't at the level of a hero, this knight was also the most original steel god. Naturally, Lancelot could also control lightning to a certain extent, and even manipulate the weather, turning himself into a mist, thus obtaining an immortal body. Thus, holding the long spear that flickered with electric light, Lancelot heavily stabbed the long spear in his hand amidst the sound of a strong wind, ruthlessly piercing Yarek, who had transformed from lightning into a human. Bang! A low explosive sound abruptly rang out at this moment. The long spear that flickered with electric light suddenly pierced Yarek, who had transformed from lightning into a human, causing his figure to abruptly shatter into pieces. Whoa! In that instant, the other two bolts of lightning shuddered and also transformed into human figures. Their bodies were covered in electric sparks as they directly charged toward Lancelot's body. Dong! The thunderous explosion turned into a substantial shockwave that spread across the entire ground. Beep, beep, beep. Dazzling lightning exploded from the center of the impact, instantly turning the surrounding area within a few hundred meters into a pool of lightning, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately, arcs of lightning shot out from the pool of lightning like pythons, flashing across the ground at an extremely fast speed. Then, the two bolts of lightning seemed to be repelled by the rampaging lightning pool at the same time. They shot out from opposite ends of the lightning pool and heavily smashed into the ground not far away. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, raising a cloud of sand and dust. After an unknown amount of time, the dust and lightning gradually subsided. In the two pits, Lancelot, who was riding on a white horse, and Yarek, whose body was flashing with electric arcs, appeared at the same time. The armor on one's body seemed to have become charred. The clothes on the other's body were tattered and covered in dust. Both of them were also in a sorry state. However, if one observed carefully, they would definitely be able to discover it. Although Lancelot's appearance was somewhat disheveled, his aura was not in any disorder. On the other hand, not only did the electric arcs flashing on Yarek's body weaken a lot, but he was also constantly gasping for breath. There was no need to explain who had the upper hand. As expected of the god-slaying demon king who can find a way to win under any circumstances. You're really amazing to be able to make dust stick to my armor, even when I'm so restrained. Lancelot did not hide his admiration, but at the same time, there was a faint sense of regret in his tone. If possible, I really hope to continue fighting with you. However, it is not my style to show mercy in order to continue fighting. I will use my full strength and speed to charge forward. Black Prince, in your state, can you block my full blow? Hearing this, although Yarek was still gasping for breath, he laughed disdainfully. Block? That's not right. It should be my turn next. Lancelot was suddenly stunned. You've been dealing with me for a long time. Have you forgotten? Yarek sneered. Have you forgotten my goddess of vengeance? Lancelot's breath stopped. The goddess of vengeance. That was the power that Yarek had usurped from the three famous goddesses in Greek mythology, Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megala. In Greek mythology, Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megala were the goddesses of punishment. They were collectively known as the three goddesses of vengeance. According to legend, these three goddesses were three tall women with snake hair on their heads, bloody tears in their eyes, wings on their shoulders, torches in their hands, and snake whips in their hands. They were very terrifying. The three goddesses would chase humans who had committed the crime of murder on Earth, driving them mad. They were also responsible for carrying out punishment on the dead with sins in the underworld. They were the gods that the Greeks were most afraid of. It was the same as Luo, how usurping the power of generals Hung-Ha and Hung-Ha. The power of the goddess of vengeance that Yarek had usurped came from the three goddesses who were a trinity. Only when the three of them were together could it be considered a complete divinity. With this power, Yarek would also have the right to take revenge on his enemies. He could spend a few minutes or even dozens of minutes to meditate and create the domain of vengeance. And when Yarek was in the domain of vengeance, all the attacks he received during this period would all be converted into the power of the three goddesses of vengeance and returned to the attacker without any change. Lancelot was also aware of the existence of this power. So, Lancelot said without any confusion, "But I remember that this power requires the three goddesses to be summoned in advance, and after a certain period of meditation and ritual, it can only be used. It can't be used immediately in battle. Even if you use it now, as long as I withdraw from the domain of vengeance, this power will be useless." Withdraw from the domain of vengeance. Yerrick suddenly laughed, and his laughter was unusually sarcastic. "Haven't you realized that you've already stepped into my territory of vengeance and launched quite a few attacks?" "What?" Lancelot was stunned at first, but then he finally understood, and his expression changed abruptly. "It can't be." "You guessed right." Yerrick suddenly raised his head. "Long before you came here, I'd already used the power of the goddess of vengeance to summon the three goddesses of vengeance and hid them underground. During this period of time, you'll have a good taste of the attacks you launched against me." Yerrick loudly chanted the spirit of words. "Listen well, daughters of the eternal night, daughters of the earth and shadow." Under Yerrick's spirit of words, the ground around him suddenly burst open, and three black shadows sprang out. They were three demonesses whose hair was all made up of snakes, and they had black wings like crows on their backs. "Curb evil with evil. Pay crime with crime. Sacrifice blood with blood. Pay tooth for tooth. This is the starting point of vengeance. The blood of the mother who was killed by the enemy, in the most tragic way to tell you that you can no longer repay your kindness." The three goddesses of vengeance surrounding Yerrick had a bloody glint in their eyes as they stared at Lancelot. "Demonis Morgella, Avenger Tisiphone, Electo the Endless. Quickly reflect the curse back and complete your revenge. Now is the time for vengeance." At this moment, a powerful curse power burst out from Yerrick and the three goddesses. Lancelot didn't even have time to react before the space around him suddenly distorted. Immediately, all of Lancelot's previous attacks against Yerrick were turned into invisible power by the three goddesses of vengeance, and violently surged in Lancelot's direction. Victory and defeat were also decided in a few seconds. Chapter 1497. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of piercing sounds resounded in the sky. It was the sound of all sorts of weapons shooting out like arrows. The relics that turned into light beams, and the god relics that turned into lightning bolts shot out of the golden ripples and the gigantic Manchala formation, respectively. They tore through the air and tore through space like a storm. They collided hard midair. Bang, 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 bang. Each collision was a collision between myths and legends. Every time they clashed, it was a clash between legends. All sorts of legendary weapons that were famous in myths and legends had turned into arrows at the moment. They were shot at their opponents in the most violent and wasteful way as their owners squandered them. Wong! Every time a relic shot out from the golden ripples, turning into a beam of light and shooting towards the hero, the golden ripples would suddenly tremble, and new relic would be ejected one after another. Clang! Each time the god relics shot out of the gigantic Manchala formation and turned into lightning bolts that charged at Noah, the grids in the gigantic Manchala formation would glow and new god relics would appear one after another. Under such circumstances, Noah, who had golden ripples like water behind him, and the hero, who had a gigantic Manchala formation hovering behind him, stood in the air. They were not stingy at all as they unleashed their precious relics and god relics at each other. Undoubtedly, this was something that one would never see on a normal day. The reason being that the relics and god relics were charging at each other as if they were free. They collided with each other frequently, creating muffled explosions and scorching fire waves. The relics and god relics were mythical. Even the gods and heroes in all sorts of myths and legends would only own one of each relic and god relic under normal circumstances. However, it was such a weapon that allowed the gods and heroes to create their own legends. Nowadays, even the gods and heroes would only possess one mythical weapon under normal circumstances. They were all like worthless arrows that were thrown out by their owners one by one. What was squandering money like dirt? That was squandering money like dirt. However, both Noah and the hero had the right to squander money like that. Therefore, the battle fell into a stalemate. The hero who was holding the Savior Divine sword looked at Noah, who was throwing relics at him. His eyes flickered a few times. Subsequently, he let go of the Savior Divine sword in his hand and allowed it to hover next to him. The hero extended his arm and took out a bow and arrow from one of the grids in the Manchala formation behind him. He held it in front of him and aimed it at Noah. He pulled the bowstring slowly. Bang! The arrow knocked on the bowstring, immediately seemed to be on fire, exploding with an astonishing flame. Surya's arrow. Surya was the sun god in Hindu mythology. The undying hero Karna was his son. He was also the one who gave Karna the sun armor. Now, the hero took out the arrow given to him by Surya, the sun god in Hindu mythology, and shot the sun god's arrow. The flaming arrow suddenly swelled up in the wind, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if it had turned into a sun, rubbing against the air as it shot toward Noah. Looking at the bright and dazzling sun, Noah's face was as calm as an ancient well. He extended his arm and reached into a golden ripple behind him. In the next moment, a trident that seemed to be made of gold emerged from the golden ripple. Noah held it tightly in his hand and pulled it out. Swoosh! A surge of water suddenly appeared on the trident that seemed to be made of gold. Like two water dragons, they surrounded the body of the trident and gradually swelled. Poseidon's trident. In Greek mythology, the god of the sea was Poseidon. According to legend, when he was angry, huge waves would rise in the ocean and heavy rain would fall from the sky. Every inch of land on the continent would sink into the water and all life would be destroyed. The god of the sea's weapon was the trident. Using it, one could easily set off monstrous waves, storms, and tsunamis, sink the continent, and collapse the heavens and earth. Noah waved the trident in his hand toward the sun that was shooting toward him. The water around the trident suddenly exploded and turned into a monstrous wave. It surged out and covered the sky toward the sun that was shooting toward him. Amidst a bone-chilling sound, the sun was drowned by the monstrous waves. Half of the seawater was evaporated, and billowing steam filled the air, instantly covering the entire horizon. However, the remaining half of the seawater still surged out and mercilessly covered the direction of the hero. Looking at the monstrous wave, the hero's eyes narrowed. He released the bow in his hand and took out a new weapon from the mandala formation. It was a weapon called Vajra. Beep, beep, beep. A burst of lightning flashed from the weapon. Vajra. The term Vajra was originally used to describe the lightning used by Sakra. Indra was the heavenly emperor in Hindu mythology, also known as Indra. He was the king of gods in Hindu mythology and also the god of war. Later on, he even joined Buddhism and became the guardian god of Buddhism along with Brahma, one of the three supreme gods in Hindu mythology. Vajra was Sakra's weapon. The black rabbit that no one knew was Sakra's family in the world of boxes. The god's persona weapon, Vajra replica, that he was using was a god's persona weapon that Sakra had given him. However, the hero was not using a god's persona weapon at the moment. Instead, he was using a real god's persona weapon that Indra had given him. The hero who was holding the Vajra replica lifted it above his head directly. The lightning flashing on it immediately surged. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged toward the monstrous wave that was surging toward him. Suddenly, the monstrous wave that was covered by tens of thousands of lightning bolts trembled. It was diminishing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Soon, the monstrous wave was dissolved by the tens of thousands of lightning bolts before it could even reach the hero. It evaporated into the air and disappeared completely. The tens of thousands of lightning bolts continued to surge, like a gradually expanding pool of lightning. Like a tide, they surged in Noah's direction. Seeing that, Noah narrowed his eyes and extended his hand toward the golden ripples that looked like water waves next to him again. This time, a heavy hammer popped out of the golden ripples that looked like water waves. Noah held it tightly in his hand. Lightning bolts surged on it as well. Mjolnir. It was the weapon that was known as the most powerful in Norse mythology. Everyone knew that Odin was the main god of Norse mythology. He was also the king who ruled over the Norse gods. However, in Norse mythology, the most powerful god was not Odin, who was the main god, but Thor, who was known as the thunder god. The weapon that made Thor the invincible Mjolnir was the Mjolnir. In order to fight the king of gods in Hindu mythology, Indra the heavenly emperor's lightning, Noah used the most powerful weapon in Norse mythology, the thunder god's weapon. There was no hesitation at all. Noah raised the heavy hammer in his hand and swung it at the tens of thousands of lightning bolts that were attacking him. Pong! It was as if even space itself was smashed by the heavy hammer. Countless lightning bolts exploded from the heavy hammer. In the next second, tens of thousands of lightning bolts collided with the lightning pool formed by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Rumble! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the collision of lightning bolts burst into flames, causing a terrifying wave of fire to suddenly explode and cover the entire sky. Chapter 1498. Boom! A deafening explosion that was loud enough to shatter one's eardrums echoed through the sky. The sound of the explosion resounded across the sky, causing an extremely terrifying firestorm to sweep out from the clouds in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a radius of several hundred meters. The terrifying firestorm swept across the sky. The scorching temperature caused the air above the clouds to be extremely dry. The majestic wave of fire spread across the sky like a curtain of fire, occupying a large part of the sky. It distorted and blurred the space around it. The waves of fire were still churning like the waves of the sea, sweeping in all directions. One could faintly see lightning bolts shooting out from the center of the wave of fire, bringing about a series of thunderous roars. That scene was simply like a storm of thunder and fire mixed together, wreaking havoc above the clouds. The clouds below were dyed green and red, and the colors were constantly changing. It was believed that the so-called heaven and earth phenomenon must be referring to such a situation. Nobody knew how long the wave of fire and lightning wreaked havoc before the shocking commotion above the clouds gradually subsided. In the sky, far away, the two silhouettes were still facing each other without moving. One of them had golden ripples behind him, while the other had a magic square floating behind him. Their gazes met in midair. However, no matter if it was the golden ripple or the magic formation, there were no traces of the famous relics and god relics and all sorts of myths and legends on it. Of course, it was not because the Demon King and the hero had used up all their treasures as they fought in the most extravagant way. The hero aside, Noah's Gate of Babylon had an automatic retrieval function. No matter how many relics Noah threw out, the valuable relics would be retrieved one by one. None of them would be left out. Therefore, Noah did not take out any relics because he felt that there was no need to continue. It was clear that the hero had the same thought. If it's just a competition of our weapons, there's no way we'll be able to determine the victor, Hero said with great admiration. For thousands of years, I've killed many demon kings, but I've never met an opponent like you. If it weren't for the weapons given to me by the gods in the heavens, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat you. Why was Gilgamesh known as the strongest existence among the heroic spirits? The reason was simple. It was because the hero king had all the prototypes of relics since ancient times. And every heroic spirit had their own weaknesses in their own myths and legends. With all the noble phantasms, Gilgamesh could easily find the noble phantasms that targeted the weaknesses of his enemies and mercilessly kill them. Now, Noah and the hero were in the same situation. No matter what kind of relics Noah used, the hero would be able to find a god relic that targeted it from his treasure vault. No matter what kind of god relic the hero took out, Noah would be able to find a relic that could defeat it from his treasure vault. Both of them were not competing with strength, but wealth. In the end, no one would know who had the better collection unless they continued to compete. However, regardless of whether it was Noah or the hero, they did not have the patience to continue competing with the amount of items they had in their treasure vaults. Therefore, both of them stopped fighting at the same time. The golden ripples and the gigantic Manchala formation behind them disappeared as if they had never existed in the first place. Noah then spoke coldly. "If this continues, I'm afraid there'll be no end to it. I don't have that much time to play with you." "Me too. I must complete my mission as soon as possible and fall into a deep slumber again," the hero agreed and suggested. "In my opinion, from now on, let's not use weapons to attack each other. Let's just use force to determine the victor." Noah raised his brow when he heard that. He looked at the hero with a faint smile. "That's easy for you to say. Even if you don't use the weapons given to you by the gods in the heavens, you still have the powerful divine sword. As for me, are you going to let me fight the divine sword that saved the world with my bare hands? There's nothing I can do about it. This saber is like a part of me," the warrior said, shaking his head. "Although I still have the support of the ancient treaty, if I lose the divine sword, my strength will be greatly reduced. When that happens, I definitely won't be able to defeat you. That's why I have no choice but to use the divine sword." This really surprises me. Noah looked at the hero with some surprise. "Undoubtedly, you have the support of the ancient treaty. You have the strength of 7 God-slayers. Do you really think that you won't be able to defeat a single God-slayer without the divine sword? I also find it unbelievable, but that's what I feel." The hero looked at Noah with an extremely serious expression. "I can feel that you're different from the other God-slayers. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Without the divine sword, I definitely won't be able to defeat you." Noah couldn't help but look at him in a new light when he heard the resolute and decisive words of the warrior. "Your senses are very sharp," Noah said indifferently. "That's right. The way I see it, if you don't have the divine sword, even if you have the support of the ancient treaty, you definitely won't be a threat. That's why I won't give up on the divine sword." The hero nodded calmly. "Since you also have 1,000 weapons, you should be able to find a weapon that can rival my divine sword in your collection, right?" The hero's words made Noah's mouth fall open slightly. Just as Noah was about to say something, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Noah's face froze. Then his eyes lit up and he suddenly smiled. "You're right. My Aster won't lose to your divine sword that saved the world." As soon as he finished speaking, a crisscrossing sword mark on the back of Noah's hand emitted a blinding light. The dazzling light that blossomed from the elven engraving surged like a tide. Within it, a petite girl with long silver hair that reached her waist and a mysterious aura appeared. "That's—" The hero was a little surprised. "Aster." Noah looked at the elven girl that appeared in the light. His tone became more or less excited. "You're finally awake?" Noah's voice made the elven girl that appeared in the light slowly open her eyes and stare at Noah. In those eyes, there was a sense of mystery that could be easily seen by others. Also, there was a strong sense of attachment that could only be seen by Noah. "Master," with a soft call, Aster floated out of the light and followed the pull of gravity towards Noah. Noah opened his arms towards the elven girl that descended from the sky. With a gentle movement, he embraced Aster, who was leaping into his arms, and chanted, "Cold Steel Queen, holy sword that slays demons and demons, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power." It was an incantation that was written in a completely different language. Even the hero didn't know that in this world, only Noah knew the elven language. In the midst of the incantation, the elven girl that leaped into Noah's arms slowly closed her eyes. Her whole body disintegrated into light particles and gathered in Noah's palm. Then, the silver holy sword gradually took shape and was tightly held in Noah's hand. Clang! A dazzling light blossomed from the silver holy sword. It was comparable to the light of the sun, a brilliant white light that illuminated the entire cloud. The hero widened his eyes slightly and tightened his grip on the divine blade of salvation. Clang! The divine blade of salvation suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it was trying to fight for the space occupied by the brilliant white light. The platinum light instantly surged in all directions like waves. Holding the silver, holy sword tightly, Noah closed his eyes. "Aster, with your power, can you win against that divine blade?" "No problem." Aster's voice that didn't have any confusion or emotion sounded in Noah's mind. "With Master's current power, as long as you can perfectly control my power, you can defeat that divine blade." That's a reliable declaration. Noah's lips slowly curled up. "Then, Aster, let's go." "I am Master's sword," Aster said without hesitation. "As you wish." Chapter 1499. In the box, in order to help Letitia escape from the Demon King game, Noah used the Dragon Emperor transformation ability to multiply Aster's power, causing Aster to fall into a deep sleep. However, it wasn't because Aster couldn't bear the enormous power that caused him to fall into a deep sleep. Instead, it was because the power multiplied stimulated Aster's own power, causing Aster to enter an awakened state. As the strongest sword spirit in the elemental world, Aster was once feared by the 5 Elven Kings and the Dark Elven King. In other words, this sword spirit's power could even threaten the Elven Kings who controlled the world's elements. Naturally, not just anyone could wield such great power. Sometimes, if the power of a contracted spirit was too great, to the point that the Elven Master couldn't control it, then after the contract was formed, the contracted spirit's power would be limited to a certain extent. This was just like the subordination contract in the box. In the box, if the power of the enslaved party was too great, then the enslaved party's power would decrease, to the extent that the enslaved party would be unable to control the enslaved party. The situation between Luos and the demon star spirit Argel was a good example of this. This situation also applied between an Elven Master and a contracted spirit. If the contracted spirit's power was far beyond what the Elven Master could control, then the contracted spirit's power would decrease, and it wouldn't be strange if he couldn't control it. When he formed the contract with Aster, Noah was only a newly minted Elven Master. Although he had great power, as an Elven Master, he was only a rookie. Naturally, he couldn't draw out much power from the strongest sword spirit during the contract. In view of this, after concluding the contract, Noah and Aster would often hone each other's tacit understanding in private and improve the abilities of the elves, hoping that one day they would be able to draw out Aster's power that even the Elven King feared. Now, this moment had finally arrived. The moment he held the Demon Slayer, Noah felt the difference from before. As Noah imbued the Demon Slayer in his hand with a huge amount of divine might, an unprecedented amount of divine might was also fed back to him. Under such circumstances, Noah could clearly feel the power of the Demon Slayer in his hand. Sharpness, hardness, accuracy, and even explosiveness had all undergone a qualitative improvement. What's more, even the Demon Slayer's ability to break curses had reached a terrifying level. Holding the Demon Slayer tightly, Noah took a deep breath and instantly converted half of the energy in his body into divine might and the other half into divine power. All evildoers, be afraid of my power. Now, I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 giant dragons. The majestic me shall raise the ferocious power to slay dragons, deep in Noah's heart. The stone plate floating in the cosmic sea turned and pointed at the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor. A crimson wave of air rose from Noah's body and turned into the phantom of a crimson dragon. Boost, 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 boost. Above the phantom of the crimson dragon, the jade gems lit up one after another and released voices, causing a surge of power to flow through Noah's body and release an incomparably powerful aura. Sensing that Noah's aura was becoming more and more powerful, the hero's eyes became serious. Immediately, the hero raised the divine blade of salvation in his hand and pointed it high into the sky. Hum! Accompanied by a trembling sound, a blinding light bloomed from the divine blade of salvation. It soared into the sky and gradually condensed. Not long after, the blinding light from the divine blade of salvation turned into a small sun, illuminating the entire sky. Noah had seen that move once before. It was the same move that the hero had used to sink the entire invisible island when he had just awakened. Legend had it that the divine blade of salvation had the power to cut even stars. That legend was referring to this move. The hero's divine blade of salvation that had annihilated the demon king not only combined the forms of the weapons that the gods of the heavens had given it, but it was also one with the hero. It was like a divine relic that was part of the hero's body. Therefore, apart from being able to release the Manchala formation, this divine blade also had two abilities that were closely related to the hero. The other was the same as the original steel, the ability to release lightning. This ability was the so-called lightning of salvation. The other was the same as the steel god. It could extract a large amount of energy from the earth and turn it into an attack that could cut stars. This ability was called the light of salvation. Now, the hero was using the second ability. Divine blade that is connected to my life, show the light of salvation and bring peace to the world. The hero chanted the sacred words and stepped into the void. He raised the divine blade in his hand and pointed it at the small sun above him. Like a god holding up the sun, he shook his arm and suddenly swung it down. In an instant, the sun that was shining brightly was like a huge meteor of light that fell from the sky. It rubbed against the air, and even the edges of its outline were flashing with red flames. It fell furiously in Noah's direction. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the dazzling sun passed, the air would explode. Even the clouds below were shattered in an instant. It was as if the real sun had fallen. With unparalleled power, it suppressed Noah's direction. Raising his head, Noah looked at the scene that resembled the falling sun. His robes fluttered in the strong wind, but a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Clang! Gorgeous white light spread out from the holy sword in Noah's hand like a tide. Holding the holy sword that was also blooming with blinding light, but the light was not platinum. It was pure white. Noah fiercely stepped into the void. With a dong sound, his whole body rushed up and rushed toward the falling platinum sun. The brilliant white light that bloomed from the holy sword covered Noah's whole body with a layer of light. From afar, it looked like a comet that shot into the sky and violently shot toward the falling platinum sun. The scene was extremely shocking. In this way, the comet that shot into the sky directly hit the platinum sun. It was at this moment that a clear voice reverberated in the air. Absolute sword skill. Form breaker ardent flower spiral sword. Dance 36 consecutive strikes. As soon as the voice fell, it heavily hit the front of the comet that was above the platinum sun, and a burst of sword light flashed. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the crisp sword sound, streaks of sword light flashed across the surface of the platinum sun like a storm. They swept past the platinum sun at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The slash that turned into a sword light cut the platinum sun into countless petals, causing the falling platinum sun to suddenly stop in midair and collapse completely. An earth-shattering roar resounded. The platinum sun exploded in the sky, turning into light particles that scattered in all directions. What? The hero was shocked. An attack that could even cut a star was actually cut open. While the hero was still in shock, the comet that heavily hit the platinum sun in the sky suddenly turned and cut through the space. It was as fast as lightning, blowing away the light particles that filled the sky and rushing toward the hero. Only then did the hero react. Looking at the comet that was violently shooting toward him, he quickly raised the divine blade of salvation in his hand. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated clearly in the sky. The holy sword and the divine blade that were blooming with blinding light collided with each other, causing a dazzling flash. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately after, amidst the sound of thunder, the bright electric light on the divine blade surged violently to the holy sword. Chapter 1500. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of electricity, bolts of lightning exploded on the divine blade of salvation. They were like pythons that instantly slithered onto the holy sword's blade. However, when the bolts of lightning that slithered onto the holy sword's blade came into contact with the brilliant white light of the demon slayer, they evaporated like water vapor and instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke amidst sizzling sounds. Seeing this happen, the hero was also extremely shocked. Even the lightning of salvation is ineffective. I'm sorry. Noah looked up and sneered when he saw the shock in the hero's eyes. My Aster has an extremely powerful ability to break curses. Now that I've fully unleashed my power, I can even break the powers of gods and godslayers one by one, including the divine blade in your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah suddenly dodged and took a step back. A huge amount of divine power gathered under his feet, and it exploded again. Ultimate sword skill. Primary form, purple lightning. Noah, who had just taken a small step back, turned into a bolt of lightning in an instant. The holy sword in his hand, which was glowing with a brilliant white light, pierced towards the hero's chest mercilessly. The hero had no time to be surprised. He almost reflexively dodged to the side. Cheat! The lightning-like spike immediately brushed past the side of the brave man's chest, cutting through his clothes and landing in the air. The hero could even clearly feel the cold touch in front of him, proving that the holy sword had pierced through his skin. If the hero's dodge had been even 1 second slower, there would have been a gash in front of him. If it had been anyone else in such a thrilling situation, they would have felt a chill in their heart. However, the hero was an expert who had annihilated all the godslayers since ancient times. He felt his heart tighten, and a burst of violent lightning erupted from his body. Clang! Although the burst of lightning did not reach the silver holy sword, it bounced the holy sword away from the hero's body. Then, the hero took a step forward and raised the divine blade in his hand. Like a windmill dancing in the wind, he heavily slashed toward Noah's waist. Clang! This time, it was Noah's turn to raise the holy sword in his hand. With a crisp sound, he blocked the divine blade's heavy slash. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and violence for violence. As if intending to return the favor, Noah also made the crimson dragon shadow on his body soar, causing the airwave that turned into air scales to be like a shockwave, blasting it away. Bang! Amidst the muffled sounds, the hero was struck by the crimson shockwave and was sent flying. However, at that moment, the hero kicked Noah in the chest. Bang! With the same muffled sound, Noah, who had ignited his air scales, could not block the hero's kick. He was sent flying. Thus, one was sent flying by the air scales, while the other was sent flying by the kick. Noah and the hero were both sent flying, creating a sharp sound that reverberated in the sky. It did not dissipate for a long time. However, almost at the same time, Noah and the hero steadied themselves and looked up. Their eyes met in the air, and sparks flew. Then, Noah and the hero both stomped on the void and shot out like bullets. They swung their holy sword and divine blade at each other. Clang! The crisp sound of collision was mixed with a shock wave that spread out like a ripple. Clang, 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 clang. In the sky, two figures crisscrossed each other like two bolts of lightning chasing after each other. As they flashed and flew, they collided with each other frequently, causing the sound of steel colliding to spread out like water ripples. It also set off waves of shocking wind ripples, causing people to be terrified just by looking at them. Looking from afar, one could only see two meteors chasing each other. Sometimes they wandered in the sky. Sometimes they collided ruthlessly. Sometimes they flashed through space. Sometimes they intertwined with each other. Under such circumstances, the holy sword and the divine saber clashed repeatedly, causing the crisp sounds of clashing to resound through the sky. At the same time, they also cut through the air. Every time they clashed, the surrounding atmosphere would become chaotic, and their momentum could not be said to be small. As a result, after a round of confrontation, the hero who was attacking the Demon King and the Demon King who was attacking the hero were evenly matched. Neither side could do anything to the other. In terms of physical strength, Noah and the hero were actually on par. Noah had the blessing of ability value that was about to be promoted to LV6. In terms of physical strength, he was not inferior to a god. The hero was the strongest steel, so his physical strength was naturally extraordinary. He was not inferior to Noah at all. In terms of weapons, Noah had the holy sword that even the elf king was afraid of, and the hero had the divine blade that could even cut a star. In terms of the level of strength, Noah's incarnation of the Dragon Emperor had multiplied to the limit, and the hero had also used the Ancient Covenant to increase the strength equivalent to 7 God Slayers. In terms of defense, Noah had the air scale protection, and the hero also had the thunder lightning protection. In terms of skills, Noah's sword skills were superb, and the hero was not inferior to Noah. In this way, the two of them were naturally on par with each other. Of course, Noah could also use 2 incarnations to fight at the same time. However, at present, Noah had already used the Dragon Sun's sovereignty to strengthen his physical strength, and not to strengthen his spirit. Once he used 2 incarnations, without the Dragon Sun's sovereignty, to strengthen his spirit. Even if Noah could bear the burden of using 2 incarnations at the same time, he could not guarantee how long he could bear the burden of using 2 incarnations. And if the Dragon Sun's sovereignty was used to strengthen his spirit, Noah's strength would be reduced by more than half in an instant. In that case, without the support of enough divine power, Aster's true strength would not be able to be displayed. At that time, the divine blade that could cut a star would become a threat. Therefore, unless it was the most critical moment, casually using the power of 2 incarnations would only lead to one's death. Until the time came to determine the outcome of the battle, Noah had to hide this trump card with a time limit. Clang! Another heavy sound of steel colliding rang out. The 2 figures that had turned into 2 meteors chasing each other passed by each other, retreating rapidly in the ripples of the strong wind. Their eyes were fixed on each other, not moving for a moment. In a battle of such intensity, it would only take a moment to shift one's gaze away from one's opponent, and one would be forced into a desperate situation. Therefore, Noah and the hero had their eyes fixed on each other. Their eyes were filled with seriousness and light. At that moment, the hero's face froze all of a sudden. He flipped his hand, and a golden disc appeared in his hand. Noah's eyes focused as he looked at the disc. Of course, Noah would not forget about the disc. It was the god relic that stored the sword god's summoning authority called the Arrowhead Disc. It seemed like after Guinevere's death, the god relic had returned to its rightful owner, the hero. After all, the sword god's summoning authority stored in the god relic was the hero's authority. No matter if it was Noah or the hero, both of them had their eyes on the Arrowhead Disc at that moment. Then, both of them noticed something. 2 brand new sword seals slowly appeared on the disc and were imprinted on it. The hero fell silent for a moment as he looked at the 2 sword seals that were slowly appearing. Both of them have been defeated. Noah understood what was going on when he heard that. Lancelot and the masked wind god had been defeated by Luo, Hao, and Yarek. However, that was not good news. The reason being, Lancelot and the masked wind god's godheads must have been absorbed by the Arrowhead Disc. Therefore, one could already foresee what would happen next. Just like how Noah was hiding his trump card, the hero was hiding his trump card as well. It seems like I can't drag this on any longer. The hero looked at Noah. Although it's a little unfair, this disc is also my authority and my power. So, please forgive me. The golden disc flashed with a bright light as soon as he was done speaking. In the next second, for silhouettes appeared around the hero out of thin air. Noah's expression turned grim when he saw that. Chapter 1501. Looking at the group of people who appeared out of thin air around the hero and surrounded him as if they wanted to protect him, Noah could not help but be speechless. The 4 of them could be regarded as Noah's acquaintances. One of them was a handsome man riding on a winged celestial horse. One was ape deity who was riding on a golden cloud. One was a knight riding on a handsome white horse. One was wind god who was surrounded by whirlwinds and was covered in bandages. He also wore a mask on his face. Perseus, great sage, heaven's equal. Lancelot, masked wind god. The group of 4 gods of disobedience surrounded the hero and cast their gazes on Noah. God Slayer. Perseus revealed a smile that was as refreshing as the sun. We meet again. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to fight with you again. Great sage, heaven's equal laughed heartily. It couldn't be better. As expected, I was resurrected along with him. Lancelot spun the long spear in his hand and spoke with some helplessness and some joy. It's a little despicable for a dead person to use this method to come back to life, but there's no other way. Apart from being an invincible warrior, I'm also a servant who protects my master. Let me fulfill my duty as well. Only masked wind god looked at Noah silently. In order to protect the secret of the hero, he firmly pursued the doctrine of mysticism. Waves of powerful curse power surged out from the gods, and like invisible waves, they spread out in layers. Noah's excellent sensing ability allowed him to clearly feel the powerful curse power surging from the 4 gods of disobedience, including Perseus, great sage, heaven's equal, Lancelot, and masked wind god. Almost every wave of curse power was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary magician or conjurer. However, it was precisely because of this that Noah frowned slightly. It was not because the curse power of the 4 gods of disobedience was too strong. On the contrary, the curse power that surged from Perseus, great sage equaling heaven, Lancelot, and the masked wind god was much weaker than before. This result made Noah's heart skip a beat. Could it be? As expected, I can't hide anything from you. The hero had been observing Noah's performance, and when he saw the surprise on his face, he sighed. Although I have the power to resurrect my own kind and summon steel again, this power is not without limits. The strength of the steel generals that you resurrected has decreased, right? Noah nodded in understanding. That's right. That makes sense. Otherwise, if you could resurrect your dead brethren in their complete states, you could gather combat power and annihilate the Godslayer with sheer numbers. There's no need for any ancient treaty or the divine blade of salvation. You're right, the hero admitted. If only one is resurrected, then his strength can be restored to its peak. However, if there are more of them, the power will be dispersed. In their current state, they probably only have 70% of their strength when they were alive, right? Noah's gaze swept across the gods that were supporting the hero. 70% of their strength. But there are 4 more of them. It's a very useful power, isn't it? That's why I'm using this power. The hero nodded solemnly, and then his gaze swept across the 4 gods of disobedience around him. Everyone, please lend me your power. You want to use my power to conquer the demon king? My savior. Perseus pulled out his saber from his waist in a forthright manner. Although I don't like to be ordered around, there's no other way in this situation. Old son, I have no objections. Great sage equaling heaven flipped his hand, and the Rui Jingu Bang appeared in his hand. Since you've given me a chance to kill my enemy, then I'll lend you some of my power. Wielding a spear for my lord is Lancelot's long-cherished wish, Lancelot declared loudly. To be able to run at full speed once again, I'm satisfied. Masked wind god clenched his fist without saying a word, causing the whirlwind around him to become even more violent. At this moment, the 4 gods of steel locked their hostility on Noah. Looking at Noah, who was holding the silver holy sword, the hero spoke in a low voice. Don't hate me. As soon as he finished speaking, what are you waiting for? Great sage equaling heaven shouted. Do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 gods of steel suddenly shot out. Almost at the same time, Noah retreated without hesitation, trying his best to distance himself from the 4 gods of disobedience. However, that was meaningless. This was because Excellency Ape, who was stepping on a golden cloud, and Wind God, whose body was surging with a storm, had released the power of seraphic speed at the first moment. With a terrifying speed that no one could match, they turned into phantoms and flashed in front of Noah in an instant. God's Slayer, great sage equaling heaven, shouted loudly. Have a taste of the power of old sons, Rui Jingu Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the great sage equaling heaven's steel rod, which weighed 13,500 pounds, was like a heavy mountain. With a swing, it was aimed at Noah's head. At the same time, masked wind god also raised a huge fist, which was swirling with a whirlwind to the extreme. Like a cannonball, it was heavily aimed at Noah's chest. The power of the steel rod and the fist shook the air, causing a heavy sonic boom to sound in the air. Even if such a blow landed on steel, it would be able to shatter it in an instant. Looking at the steel rod and the fist, which contained terrible power, smashing towards him, Noah finally had to take it seriously. I am the strongest, and I hold all victory in my hands. Whether it is a human or a demon, I am the one who defeats the hostility of all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that is in my way. The holy words of the God of victory, who is always victorious, turned into a spirit of speech, causing all the divine power that were sleeping in Noah's energy source to boil. Bang! The red air scales that covered Noah's whole body suddenly rose, like a dragon-shaped armor, protecting Noah in it. Dong! The steel rod and the heavy fist fell on the red air scales, causing a circle of ripples. At this time, Perseus, who was riding on the back of the celestial horse, and Lancelot, who was riding on the back of the white horse, had somehow circled behind Noah and galloped towards him. Don't forget about me. I can finally fight with you. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. With extremely passionate shouts, Perseus and Lancelot whipped their horses and charged towards Noah's back at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The sword in Perseus' hand cut through the wind and slashed towards Noah's neck in an extremely heroic manner. Whoosh! The long spear in Lancelot's hand pierced out explosively, piercing towards Noah's back amidst the sharp sound of the air being torn apart. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Noah was just about to react when another piercing sound resounded in front of him. 3 arrows turned into flaming light beams and streaked across the sky. At an extremely tricky angle, they brushed past the bodies of the great sage, heaven's equal, and the masked wind god, who were blocking in front of Noah, and shot towards Noah. That arrow was shot by the brave warrior who was guarding the rear with his longbow. Furthermore, each and every one of those arrows contained the power of the ancient covenant. Noah had reason to believe that those arrows could break through the air scales on his body. At that time, the attacks of Perseus, the great sage, heaven's equal, Lancelot, and the masked wind god would all fall on Noah and kill him. This made Noah somewhat angry. Don't be too arrogant. The silver holy sword that was held tightly in Noah's hand suddenly shone brightly. Ultimate sword skill. Form 3 dance of the shadow moon. A full moon suddenly expanded like a crescent arc. With Noah's sudden rotation, it suddenly appeared and swept towards the surroundings. Clang! The sudden appearance of the moonlight heavily bounced off the attacks of the 4 disobedient gods and sent the people surrounding Noah flying. Chapter 1502. Oh, wah, goo. Under the moonlight slash, Perseus, the great sage, heaven's equal, Lancelot, and the masked wind god all let out miserable cries as they were sent flying in 4 different directions. Whoosh! However, the 3 flaming arrows shot by the hero still shot straight towards Noah's throat, heart, and abdomen, landing on the air scales on Noah's body. Bang! With a muffled explosion, the 3 flaming arrows, which were supported by the power of the ancient covenant, suddenly exploded the air scales on Noah's body, causing the crimson dragon shadow that overlapped on Noah's body to disappear, revealing his body. With the disappearance of the crimson dragon silhouette, the torrential energy flowing through Noah's body abruptly weakened and finally disappeared. That power was multiplied by the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. Relying on this multiplied power, Noah was able to compete with the hero who was supported by the ancient covenant and had the power of 7 god-slayers. Now, the multiplied power had all disappeared, allowing Noah to return to his normal state. However, that was to be expected. The Crimson Dragon shadow on Noah's body was originally the product of the fusion of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear's balance breaker and the Dragon Emperor's incarnation chi scale. Originally, the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, balance breaker, was supposed to be a crimson red full body armor. However, after the fusion with Noah's Dragon Emperor incarnation, the balance breaker of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear also fused with the air scales. After the gas scales fused with the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear, balance breaker, the result was that the crimson full body armor turned into a crimson gaseous armor. Now that the Crimson Dragon shadow had been destroyed, it was equivalent to the balance breaker effect of the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear being destroyed as well. Naturally, the increased power would disappear. Feeling that the powerful aura on Noah's body had decreased several times in an instant, the hero with the longbow immediately ordered, "Now, Perseus, the great sage, heaven's equal, Lancelot, and the masked wind god, who were sent flying by the moonlight slash, instantly increased the power of the curse in their bodies. Then, the 4 of them stabilized their bodies and once again charged in the direction of Noah. The 4 gods of disobedience, who were sent flying in 4 different directions, suddenly rushed in from all directions and surrounded Noah. He believed that as long as the 4 gods of disobedience got close, they would launch the fiercest attack at the same time. At that time, even if Lancelot and the others only had 70% of their peak strength left, without the multiplied power of the Dragon Emperor and without the protection of the Dragon Emperor's air scales, the best outcome for Noah would be to be a serious injury. Once the air scales were broken, a buffer period would be needed to recover. At this time, Noah could not immediately use the multiplied power and air scales ability. However, that did not mean that Noah could not use the power of the other incarnations. I, with my violent heart, tightly cover the sky. I declare, roll up a storm for me, rain for me, and never allow you to disobey my orders in the depths of Noah's heart. The image representing the storm lit up. Dong! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a storm shook out from Noah's body and turned into the most violent tornado. Like a shock wave, it blew in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Perseus, great sage equaling heaven, Lancelot, and the masked wind god who were charging toward Noah were all shocked. But it was too late to react at this time. The violent tornado completely engulfed the 4 gods of disobedience. Bang! At this time, a crimson wave of air rose from Noah's body and turned into a dragon shadow that overlapped with his body. The air scales were finally restored. At this moment, Noah finally used 2 incarnations at the same time. On the Crimson Dragon's shadow, the precious gems began to emit voices, allowing the multiplied power to be channeled into the violent tornado that was stirred up by the tremors. The violent tornado suddenly trembled, and its color gradually turned red. Like a volcanic eruption, it caused an incomparably ferocious and terrifying power to fluctuate in the wind. The sudden increase in power of the tornado instantly turned into the most brutal power, and every gust of wind became a heavy pressure. The 4 gods of disobedience were swallowed by the tornado. Before they could even scream, they were instantly crushed by the terrifying power of the tornado, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. What? The hero's expression finally changed abruptly. At this moment, the crimson storm howled and expanded like a giant tornado, rushing in the direction of the hero. The hero's expression changed again and again, and he hurriedly manipulated the spirit supporting his body. Like a fallen leaf in a gust of wind, he retreated rapidly with the help of the gust of wind to avoid the terrifying tornado that was roaring toward him. However, with the multiplied power of the Dragon Emperor, the strength of the storm incarnation increased by too much. Therefore, The terrifying crimson tornado expanded faster and faster, and it didn't take long for it to catch up with the hero. Hiya! The hero, who couldn't avoid it, could only shout. He raised the divine blade of salvation in his hand and tightly gripped the hilt with both hands. Then, he slashed down heavily at the tornado that was sweeping toward him. Clang! The light of salvation bloomed on the divine blade of salvation. The blade, which could even cut stars in half, was like a flash of light as it slashed through the outer wall of the tornado. Poochie! With a tearing sound, the tornado that could be easily crushed by Perseus, the great sage, heaven's equal, Lancelot, and a masked wind god was actually split in half by the divine blade of salvation. However, the hero didn't feel any joy at all. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Amidst the piercing sound of something breaking through the air, a figure shot out from the storm that had been split in half. Like an arrow that had been released from a bow, the figure rushed in front of the hero. You? The hero's eyes widened. There, Noah's dark and deep eyes flashed with a fierce light. He raised the holy sword in his hand and mercilessly slashed down at the hero. Looking at the sharp blade that was getting closer and closer, the hero shouted again at the critical moment. His body surged with bright electric light. Poochie! With a crisp tearing sound, Noah's sword split the dazzling electric light that burst from the hero's body, just like how the hero had cut the tornado in half. Then, looking at the hero whose pupils shrank, Noah suddenly clenched his fists. Giant that blots out the sky supports the world with his hand. I will let this divine power flow into my body. From now on, I will display the ultimate power that no one can match at this moment. Among the powers of Noah's 10 incarnations, the most powerful one, the giant, flashed with light. The power that could split mountains and seas instantly filled Noah's body. There was no hesitation. Noah's arm suddenly shook, and he blasted a fist with terrifying power at the hero. Bam! A deafening sound that made one's heart tremble exploded in the sky. Poochie! The terrifying power caused the hero to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire chest was smashed, and his body was like a broken piece of trash. He hung down powerlessly and fell from the high clouds to the ground with the help of gravity. Chapter 1503. Shio! High up in the clouds, the sound of a meteor crashing resounded. A figure was like a kite with a broken string, penetrating through the clouds and turning into a meteorite that created sparks due to friction with the air. It fell back down at a terrifying speed that was above the speed of sound. In the end, the figure that turned into a meteorite heavily smashed into a beach. Bang! In the loud, muffled explosion, a corner of the beach stirred up a thick cloud of sand, mixed with a violent impact wind, violently spreading in all directions. At this time, Noah finally descended from the sky and landed on the beach. Ugh! Just as he landed on the beach, Noah's face showed traces of pain, causing him to involuntarily hold his head and let out a painful groan. This was caused by using two avatars at the same time, which caused his mind to bear an excessive burden. It was just as Noah had expected. Without the blessing of the dragon sun sovereign, using two avatars at the same time, even if the physical burden could be completely ignored with the ability value that was about to reach LV6, the mental burden was not. At this time, Noah felt like a live iron rod drilled into his head, very uncomfortable. Seeing Noah's appearance, Aster's voice involuntarily rang in Noah's mind. Master, I'm fine. Noah held his head, took a deep breath, and said so. Fortunately, using two avatars at the same time did not take a long time. It was just a little painful, but the burden was not too big. Aster, who was connected to Noah's mind, could easily sense that Noah was not lying, so he was relieved. Noah, who felt the pain slightly lessen, let out a sigh of relief, raised his head, and looked forward. There, the thick sand and dust that accompanied the shockwave began to gradually dissipate, revealing the scene within the sand and dust. A huge crater sat in the sand and dust, with gravel and stones rolling inside. In the middle of the crater, the hero lay there, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The hero seemed to want to stand up, but did not succeed. This was because he couldn't even move a single finger. He took a closer look. The warrior's chest had caved in completely. That was definitely a fatal wound. It was a fatal wound that even a god could not escape. After all, even though Noah did not reveal himself and was unable to display the full power of the giant form, with the support of the giant form, Noah's full power attack was something that even 16 knights, who had broken the rules of the physical ability of the giant form, would not be able to match. Even a mountain would crumble in an instant after being hit by such a blow, let alone a body. Even though the hero was a god, being hit by such a blow was undoubtedly a fatal blow. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that the brave warrior was still able to struggle at death's door, even when his chest was completely caved in. His vitality was already very tenacious. However, there was no doubt. The brave ones could no longer fight. Cough, cough. The warrior coughed up blood continuously. Due to his heavy injuries, he was unable to move at all. However, the warrior gritted his teeth and raised his head to look in Noah's direction. Noah met the hero's gaze and remained silent. Under such circumstances, the hero tried his best to squeeze out a smile. This time, I have indeed lost. The hero's voice was extremely weak. It was so weak that if the wind was slightly stronger and the distance was slightly further, it would have been impossible to hear. However, Noah heard it clearly. He heard the hero's words. But this is only temporary. The hero stared at Noah closely. I will be back. Leaving behind this sentence, it was unclear whether it was advice or a warning. The hero slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. The next moment, the hero's body flashed with a platinum light and turned into the shape of a sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword that was blooming with platinum light fell from midair, and the tip of the sword was embedded in the ground. That was naturally the divine blade of salvation. Noah furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at the divine saber that was stuck in the pit. The blade was radiating platinum light. It was not until this moment that Noah finally remembered. Athena had once said that the brave had an extremely powerful immortality. Even if he defeated the hero would only transform into the divine blade and enter a dormant state. In a few months, or as long as a few years, the hero would revive and wake up from his dormant state. When that happened, Noah would have to face this troublesome hero again. Aster, Noah said with a frown, can you cut that divine blade in half? I'm not sure. Aster's voice sounded in Noah's mind again. However, I don't feel like I can cut it in half, so there shouldn't be a way. There shouldn't be a way. Noah's frown deepened. Even if I use the incarnation of the Dragon Emperor to increase your power, it still won't work? I don't think so. It was rare for Aster to say something without confidence. Although I don't know the nature of the sword, as a sword spirit, I can feel that it's immortal. Noah's tightly furrowed brows immediately loosened, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. In reality, Noah had already guessed that. After all, immortal god relics were not rare at all. Back then, wasn't Noah also unable to destroy the Holy Grail and retrieve the world fragment from it? That sacred magic tool was an undying and indestructible type. Since even the Holy Grail, which was created for the sake of the brave, was immortal, then it was not strange that the divine blade of salvation, which was known as the strongest divine relic, could be immortal and indestructible, which was formed from countless weapons given to the brave by the gods of the heavenly realm. Otherwise, if the divine blade could be easily destroyed, the hero would not have been able to successfully kill the demon king and complete his mission. Could it be that there was no way to deal with the divine blade of salvation? Just when Noah was feeling helpless, a voice rang in his mind. I've told you that you can't defeat that man. The voice did not belong to Aster. Noah was startled for a moment, and then he was surprised. Athena, you're awake? Even if an immortal snake goes into hibernation, it will wake up in spring, Athena said calmly and arrogantly. With this characteristic, I've decided to wake up before I went into hibernation. It's either when you're killed by that man or when you're defeated by him. I'll only wake up when these two times arrive. Is that so? Noah forced a smile. What can you do even if you wake up? I can't pretend that I didn't hear you. Athena's voice was cold, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in it. Are you saying that this concubine can't be of any use? Noah was stunned when he heard that. His eyes lit up immediately. Do you have a way to destroy the divine blade? However, Athena poured a bucket of cold water on him. No, that displeasing steel cannot be destroyed. Even if you were able to defeat the hero, it would still be the same. That being said, Athena's tone changed again. However, if you want to get rid of that man, you don't need to destroy the divine blade. You don't need to destroy the divine blade? Noah quickly asked. Then what should I do? I've thought about this problem before, but after I fused with you, this problem was solved. Athena said, after becoming one with you, I was able to see your life from the depths of your heart. Noah's eyes widened. Did Athena see my life? Doesn't that mean? As if she saw through Noah's thoughts, Athena laughed out loud. Should I say that you're the one who transcends the world? Or the lucky one who is protected by the world? Even though I'm the goddess of wisdom, I didn't expect you to be such an existence. No wonder you're my fated one. As expected, Athena knew all of Noah's secrets. Thanks to you, I saw the hope of defeating that man. Athena's words were shocking. Noah Dole, turn me into the steel that saves the world. Chapter 1504. For a moment, Noah even wondered if he had heard wrongly. However, Athena's indifferent tone dispelled Noah's doubts. Turn me into the taboo steel. This way, the man's mission will be ended by you. Wait, wait. Noah hurriedly shouted for him to stop. He took a deep breath and calmed down the astonishment in his heart before asking, What are you doing? You said that I will turn you into the divine sword of salvation. I know what you're thinking. Athena's tone didn't change at all. She was still as calm as ever. But you did not hear wrongly. I will turn into the steel of salvation and help you defeat the hero. Even if you say that, I still don't understand. Noah directly asked, What is going on? It is actually very simple. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. Athena did not keep Noah in suspense and answered Noah's question very straightforwardly. The divine sword is an existence that is integrated with the man. Therefore, once the man dies, he will turn into the divine sword and fall into a deep slumber. Then, as long as the divine sword is destroyed, the man will naturally not be able to awaken and will fall into eternal slumber. He will return to the myth and be defeated by you. Unfortunately, the divine sword is indestructible. Athena said, If that is the case, then there is no need to destroy the divine sword. Just kill the man who is the object of the divine sword. The divine sword that was integrated with the hero was equivalent to the hero himself. After all, the so-called god of steel originally referred to the living god of swords. This way of saying that the sword that was originally made of steel had the appearance of a human and also a soul. Just like the monsters mentioned in many TV dramas, they were originally just animals, plants, or even something else, but they cultivated into a human body. It was the same principle. In other words, the current hero was equivalent to being beaten back to his original state. Although the body turned into the divine sword and fell into a deep slumber, the hero's soul was still in the divine sword. I am the dark goddess in charge of the underworld. Toying with souls is also my domain. That is why I was able to abandon my previous body and become one with you, Athena explained. Right now, I am in a state where only my soul is left. As long as I can fuse with the divine blade and expel the soul of the man sleeping in the divine blade, wouldn't that be enough? Become one with the divine blade? Noah asked in disbelief. Can that kind of thing be done? Of course not. Athena said without hesitation. I'm the goddess of the earth, not the god of swords. In the end, I am an existence that is incompatible with the god of swords. How could I possibly possess the body of the god of swords and turn myself into steel? After saying that, Athena suddenly changed her mind. However, I have read your life story from the depths of your heart and know the existence of the steel in your hands. Hearing this, Noah could not help but lower his head and look at the demon slayer in his hands. The steel in your hands is not a god, but a so-called spirit. Athena's voice slowly sounded in Noah's heart. After knowing about this existence that is similar to steel, I thought that since I could not become the god of swords, then I would turn myself into a sword spirit and become one with the divine sword that saved the world. That way, I would be able to expel the soul of that man. What? Noah was really stunned. You want to become a sword spirit? That's right, Athena said proudly. That man's servant was also the goddess of the earth in the past. Through death, she fell and became the god of swords. I only need to do the same thing. Noah could not wrap his head around it. Become a sword spirit? That kind of thing can be done? Are you doubting my wisdom? Athena seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts and laughed coldly. Although the time was a little short, during the period of my deep sleep, this concubine has already created a secret technique to transform into a spirit. Relying on this secret technique, this concubine can transform into a so-called spirit. At that time, as long as I successfully assimilate with the divine blade, this concubine will transform into a sword spirit. The success rate is more or less guaranteed. Athena suddenly changed the topic of conversation. Of course, if it's just like this, then there is no way to assimilate the divine sword. You must cut off the connection between the divine sword and that man. Fortunately, you have the sword of spiritual speech that can even cut off divinity. With that sword, it is not a problem to cut off the connection between the divine sword and the hero. Now, I will pass on the knowledge of that man to you. As soon as she finished speaking, a large amount of knowledge flashed in Noah's mind. In India, there were two famous epics that were known as the oldest epics. One of them was called the other one was called Ramayana. These two epics were the foundation of Indian culture and had a considerable role in enlightening the development of Indian literature and religion. A large part of Indian mythology was related to the stories recorded in Ramayana and Mahabharata. For example, the main character of Ramayana, Rama, in a box, as one of the three supreme gods in Indian mythology, the 10th incarnation of Vishnu, Galji, once had a dispute with Noah. The main character of Ramayana, Rama, was the 7th incarnation of Vishnu. In the story of Ramayana, it was said that in the human world, there was a powerful demon named Luobona. Luobona ruled a race called Rakshasa. It was a type of evil spirit that specialized in eating human flesh. It was a true demon. Therefore, the leader of this demon race, Luobona, was called the Rakshasa king, the king of demons, and was called the demon king by people. Luobona had the special characteristic of not being hurt by gods and demons other than mortals. Other than humans, other races, be it gods or demons, could not leave a mark on his body. In order to destroy this demon king, the gods of heaven sought the help of Vishnu. Therefore, Vishnu descended from heaven and became a human, reincarnated into a human, and became the king of Bisara, the son of the 10 chariots king, and also the prince of Bisara. This prince was Rama. However, this prince's life was quite bumpy. He suffered from the conspiracy of his stepbrother and was exiled abroad, wandering for more than 14 years. The only people who accompanied this tragic prince wandering abroad were the prince's wife, Siddhartha, and his brother, Rashmana. Later, Rama and the other two wandered to the forest occupied by the Rakshasa race who had committed many evil deeds and started a battle with the Rakshasa. The brave Rama defeated many Rakshasas one after another. In the end, the demon king of the Rakshasa race, Luobona, appeared. Even the gods were helpless against the demon king, who coveted the beauty of Rama's wife, Siddhartha, and captured her. In order to save his wife, Rama and his brother, Rashmana, embarked on a journey and rushed to the city where Luobona was. In the process, Rama met a white ape. The white ape's name was Hanuman, and he was the son of the wind god Vayu in Indian mythology. He was also the prototype of the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong in the famous Chinese novel, Journey to the West. Rama, who got acquainted with the white ape Hanuman, received the help of the son of the wind god. With the help of his younger brother Rashmana and the white ape Hanuman, who followed him, he finally annihilated the demon king Ravana and took back his wife. He returned to the country of Bazar and became the king. In other words, Rama was a hero born to destroy the demon king, and he was also the king who finally succeeded in destroying the demon king. Therefore, he who appeared in the apocalypse was called the last king. Therefore, the gods of heaven gave him the mission of subjugating all the demon kings on earth. Therefore, the masked wind god who followed him was the ape god who had white body hair and could control storms. Therefore, the subordinate god who helped this brave warrior to bear all the distortions and arrogance of the god of disobedience, and was called the younger brother, was Rashmana. That's right. The brave warrior who destroyed the demon king was called Rama when the name came out from Noah's mouth. In his heart, the stone plate with 10 patterns on the outline suddenly turned and pointed in the direction of the warrior. Clang! A bright golden light flashed in Noah's hand. Chapter 1505. Clang! The dazzling golden light was like the brightest light in the world. It shone on the entire beach and dyed the beach with a golden color. It was extremely beautiful. At this moment, a sword appeared in Noah's hand. It was a sword that was completely golden in color. There were mysterious runes engraved on the sword as a sword inscription. The sword existed only to cut down the god named Rama. The knowledge that flowed in Noah's mind turned into a sword that could cut through the godhead and appeared in Noah's hand. Buzz! At this moment, the Savior Divine Saber that was emitting a platinum light seemed to have sensed something and trembled slightly. It was a reaction that would only occur when it felt threatened. Looking at the Savior Divine Saber that was trembling, Noah subconsciously raised the golden sword in his hand and swung it at the Savior Divine Saber that was emitting a platinum light. Clang! The sword radiance turned into a flash of light, allowing the sword to cut through the space and slash at the Savior Divine Saber. Slash! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, the golden sword slashed at the Savior Divine Saber violently. However, the Savior Divine Saber did not break. Instead, it was as if something had been cut off. The light on the sword suddenly stopped. At this moment, light particles suddenly flashed on Noah's body. The light particles turned into the shape of a white snake. Like a stream of light, it suddenly shot out and instantly disappeared into the Savior Divine Saber. Buzz! Suddenly, the Savior Divine Saber trembled violently like never before. Buzz, 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 buzz. The Savior Divine Saber could not stop trembling, causing a buzzing sound to reverberate in the air. The platinum light that was emitted from the Savior Divine Saber's sword started to flicker, causing the surrounding space to flicker. It was extremely strange. It was only then that Noah seemed to have woken up. He looked at the Divine Saber that was trembling nonstop, and the light on the sword was flickering. His expression suddenly became gloomy. To be honest, Noah was not optimistic about this matter. Although Athena had calculated everything perfectly and even created a secret method to transform herself into an elf in a short period of time, how could it be so easy to assimilate with the blade of salvation? That was a divine blade that could even split a star. Even if Noah used the sword of speech to temporarily cut off the connection between the blade of valor and the blade of valor, Athena's condition was not good. In fact, it was very bad. In that case, even if this plan was feasible, there was no guarantee of success, right? Therefore, Noah was not optimistic about this matter. However, if Noah could think of this, how could Athena, the goddess of wisdom, not think of it? However, under such circumstances, Athena still proposed this plan and told Noah that the success rate of this plan was guaranteed. That was because Noah had neglected one thing. That was, would the blade of valor accept Athena's banishment? If the Blade of Valor did not want Athena to assimilate with the Blade of Salvation and become a sword elf, the Blade of Salvation would naturally resist Athena's assimilation and banish Athena instead. However, if the Blade of Salvation accepted Athena's assimilation, it would be a different story. Therefore, at a certain moment, the trembling of the Blade of Salvation suddenly stopped. Clang! The platinum light shone again and illuminated the entire beach. In the light, a series of platinum light particles slowly appeared and gathered to form an illusion. That illusion was the Blade of Valor. No, it should be Romo. You? Noah could not help but be stunned on the spot. Romo, on the other hand, turned around and looked at Noah. On his face, the fatigue that could be seen at any time in the past had completely disappeared. It was replaced with a trace of relief. After wandering the earth for countless years and fighting for countless years, today is finally the day of the end. With an indescribable expression, Rama gazed at Noah, as if he was filled with emotion and gratitude. He smiled faintly and said these words, "Thank you." After leaving these words behind, Rama's figure gradually dissipated. In the end, he completely disappeared. Looking at the direction where Romo disappeared, Noah finally understood. That's right. The one who was most resistant to the idea that the hero who annihilated the Demon King would be resurrected was not the Demon King like Noah, who was the target of the crusade, nor was it the humans who were dragged into the apocalypse. Instead, it was Rama who was tired of the constant battles. The person who hoped that the Blade of Salvation would not be resurrected the most was Romo. Therefore, Romo would not resist Athena's assimilation of the Blade of Salvation. Instead, he would accept Athena's assimilation with the Blade of Salvation and be banished. This way, Athena would not have the possibility of failure. It was because of this that Athena thought that the success rate of this plan was guaranteed. The result was just as Athena expected. Quietly looking at the direction where Romo disappeared, Noah could not help but mumble. Where will he go? The one who answered this question was none other than Athena. The souls of humans who have lost their bodies will enter the underworld, and the gods will return to the myths. Unknowingly, the divine Blade of Salvation had completely disappeared. Athena, who had transformed into a 12 or 13 years old girl, swayed her short silver hair as she slowly walked up to Noah's side. She stood side by side with Noah and also looked in the direction where Romo disappeared. Of course, the gods who have lost their bodies have ways to stay on the earth. However, that man will not want to stay on the earth, so he will choose to return to the myths. The god of disobedience was a god who had deviated from the myths and appeared on the earth. Killing such a god would only cause the god to lose his body on the earth and return to the myths. In other words, perhaps one day, the god who had been killed would once again appear on the earth as a disobedient. Including that man, Athena said bluntly. Perhaps one day, that man will once again appear on the earth and carry out his mission of annihilating the Demon King. Who knows? Perhaps. Noah shrugged. When that time comes, if I am still in this world, I will free him again. Oh, Athena turned around and looked at Noah with interest. What if you are not in this world? Then I will let someone else do it. Noah suddenly smiled. The world is so big, and its history is so long. There will always be someone who can become the protagonist of this world and solve all the problems. You really dare to say that. Humans are just one of the many races in this world. Whether or not they can survive is still unknown. It is unrealistic for you to dream of someone who can dominate the world. Athena said with a happy expression on her face. However, since the heavenly child who is protected by the world has said so, I will believe in the possibility of humans. Noah could not help but smile as he turned around and looked at Athena. Athena also turned around and looked at Noah. The two of them stood facing each other and looked at each other for a long time without speaking. After a while, Noah spoke softly. You are now a sword spirit, right? After assimilating with the blade of God, I have indeed become a sword spirit. Athena's lips slowly curled up. Now that you have confirmed this, what do you want to say? Isn't that obvious? Noah said without hesitation. Since you are a spirit, then contract with me and become my contracted spirit." This sentence made Athena smile. "Haven't you noticed that I have become your authority?" "Authority?" Noah was stunned. "That's right." Athena nodded. "Although the process was a little complicated, you have indeed defeated Lord Rama. Pandora's great curse has begun to activate, and the authority you have obtained is the blade of the hero. Naturally, I, who have assimilated with the blade of God, have become your authority." Saying so, Athena smiled sweetly. "In other words, whether I am willing or not, you only need a thought to contract with me. Furthermore, I can only contract with you." Athena. In the past, she was a goddess. Now, she had become Noah's contracted spirit. Thus, she was born. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.